Hello, hello. I can't hear anything. Never mind, the game is just quiet. I can't hear it. I don't know why I'm fooled by that every single time. Factorio always tricks me into thinking it's not plain sound, but really it's just it doesn't have particularly loud sounds. I think because the music is so like intermittent. Also, you might be able to tell I don't have the meme cursor today because I reinstalled Windows and it feels weird. I have it. I still have the meme cursor. I didn't lose it. It's just I haven't reinstalled it yet, and it just feels wrong. But it is nice having so much stuff removed from my computer, which is great. This doesn't need to be there. I don't know if that does anything. That should be okay. We just moved to a new planet. Right, right. And then it gave me a warning. Things are dangerous and it's dark. That's concerning. I guess. Yeah, no, then that's just definitely a little bit concerning. Hopefully we're okay. We might die. I don't know. There's always a good chance of death. Just in Factorio in general when you don't know what you're doing, but in Factorio in particular. Okay, we should be nice and defended. Iron is super close, so that's great. Right platform is iron. I do that every single time. I don't know why I stand in the very middle of it, but you know what? Maybe one day I'll get used to it. Hey, bots can be used for that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, hopefully that didn't break anything. And then last but not least, can I rotate this? I don't think I can, but if I could, that would be nice. Okay, no, probably because it's done with the script, you're not able to rotate it, I imagine. Oh, okay, perfect. We don't really have defenses, but we have plenty of ammo these days, which means we can actually throw defenses places, which is really, really nice. We're not like super struggling for iron anymore, just in general. And it's great. This should be enough. Currently, we are trying to work towards a mining productivity upgrade. Although it seems, I can't tell if it's paused. No, it just takes a while. Mining productivity is a very slow and expensive research, but it locks platform size increases locked behind it. Technically, if I really wanted to, I could get a lot more ore uh, by redesigning it to where this isn't like all of my drills. But I'm not too concerned with that. I've been really liking the quality of life part of not having to constantly like build my base and all that. So the last thing I really want to do is make it more manual because we finally got past that. So I want to keep my outposts as small as possible, basically. Even if it means, you know, I can't get like a full belt of iron at a time. It's nice not having to set things up, but that might change eventually. I wonder if using an outpost as a mobile power plant would be a good idea. No, that wouldn't be a good idea. I can't imagine any situation where that would be a good idea. Because, like, if I used it as a mobile power station, I would be restoring to what, like 8 extra steam engines? Yeah. The only reason I would do it is so I could transport water. Yeah, that would be silly. This uses a lot more ammo than I thought. Well, it's too late now, but I'm sure we'll be okay. Let's see, let's get some gun turrets. We're going on the offensive this time around. Oh, hold up, hold up. You can't see it, but I can. Does anyone know? Never mind, I figured it out. Alt Z, that won't work, will it? Like I said, I just redid off, off. Shadowplay, is Shadowplay recording or is it just the overlay? Yeah, you can't really see it because I only have Factorio recorded. I don't do desktop recording. But because I reinstalled Windows, all of my NVIDIA settings reset. So apparently it defaults to having like a massive thing in the top right corner telling you what your FPS is, which is like, it's not like a small thing. It was like full performance statistics. It was like covering up the entire map. It was really, really large. I don't know why they think that should be the default behavior for something that's automatically installed pretty much, but whatever. It's easy to turn off, and I also need to turn off the keys because I remember Alt-Z being a button I actually pressed a lot in Factorio. Not because I used Alt and Z for things as a button combo, but because I regularly like roll my thumb between those two keys. And not having to let go of Z is very nice. I just cannot figure out where it is. Keyboard shortcuts. Control Alt Z. How do I set keys? What the heck? Um. Apparently, I can't. You can't set a 4-button combo. What? Really? Why? Why would they limit it to do? Well, this one works. Oh wait, no, I get it. No, I don't. It's just, oh my gosh, this overlay is terrible. I wish I could show what I was doing. So basically what's happening is I'm trying to change the key buttons required to close the overlay. And in the process of doing that, it's closing the overlay because I guess it doesn't disable the keys. Maybe I can set it to like a weird key. Okay, I changed it, so now I should be able to change it. Do I have to press it in a specific order? Is that the problem? Let's set it to Alt Shift P. Okay. Alt Control Z. Okay, that worked. That worked. That was really bizarre. That felt like I was trying to set something on a game like 10 years ago. Okay. We're good. I'm still very thrown off about the mouse. But I'm sure I'll get used to it. But yeah, it's definitely throwing me off. Also, I need piercing rounds if I'm gonna keep doing this. Maybe this was a bad idea. But yeah, the mouse being the old cursor, or the default Windows cursor, is throwing me off. It's been a long time since I've used this cursor, like almost a year now. We can have bots repair it, I guess. I just didn't want them repairing in combat, but now it should be good. Okay. That was a decent attack. I mean, that was a pretty big base, so I'm glad we got rid of it. Because I think that's going to be our biggest worry. I hope it's our biggest worry. Maybe not. Oh, look, here's some copper. We can get a patch that's 4,000 copper from that. That's actually a lot. I mean, it's not like a lot at once, and it's not that usable, but it is a lot of copper. Like, kind of. For such a small patch, it is. I guess, like, in a vacuum, it's nothing. What was that sound? That's concerning. I definitely heard a sound that I did not like. Like a woomph. And I don't know what it means. Oh, I walked through the teleporter. Right. It auto walks through the teleporter. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, we're good. The world is not ending. We're totally fine. Let's see. Copper is fine. Actually, it's probably a bit low, but I think that's okay. I can put a little chest here for personal use ammo, I think would be a good idea. Well, no, I can put it somewhere. Okay, we'll use the splitter instead. And just prio this way. And we'll limit it to 1 stack. Because this, I don't think this will be super limiting, but like I think we have plenty of military science stuff going in. So I think we'll have spare piercing rounds, but I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to say. We're copper limited. Interesting. Barely, but we are copper limited, technically. We might be able to get an inserter upgrade. Oh yeah, let's get an inserter upgrade. That will be huge. Okay, that might actually break some things because we have some things inserter limited, but that's okay. But yeah, this will definitely be the next upgrade. Let's see if we can distribute this 100 military science a little bit to our lab. Yeah, Let's distribute this military science to whatever labs we have. Oh, that's way too much in this first lab. Right, I forgot. When I'm using this even thing, I have to click off first. Otherwise, it drops the whole stack, and then it tries to distribute it. So we're actually green science limited. So yeah, I guess we'll be fine on military. Are they actually producing? Oh no, hold up. We are inserter limited for some reason. Gears. Interesting. Is it input bottleneck? Oh, it is. I think, actually, no, I don't quite get it, but I can speed it up. That should help. Yeah. No, that'll definitely help. I'm not quite sure why this was a problem. Because I could have sworn this working at like 80% speed was enough for 7. But I guess not. Oh, wait, it's not working at 80% speed. It's working at 60% speed. Oh, no, yeah, that's definitely not enough. How can I speed that up? There is one way, which is kind of awful, but it does work. It won't work perfectly, but I could loop. I could loop this around somehow. That might work. Also, what is this? I think I just copied that. Okay. Yeah, this'll work. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this'll work. This'll work. It's awful, but it will work. And that's the important thing, right? It doesn't need to be good. It just needs to exist. Okay, so yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to loop it around. This is a very temporary solution and makes it that we can no longer build anything here. The better solution, I guess, would have just to move all of this slightly to the left and put another assembler. But this is what we're doing. There we go. Now, as long as we have the resources, they will produce. Oh, wait. This will back up and it won't end up being a problem. Once this belt backs up, red science will be good. Let's put this there so that way it guarantees it can't use any more than that. Because that is a bit non-ideal. Let's see, how is our iron? Iron is okay. I'm thinking it might be worth it to change how we build this and make this section smaller, but instead buffer iron inside. So the idea behind that would be that we'd have a more constant iron production, even if like it caps out a lot lower, right? So we got a platform size upgrade, right? Let's see what happens if we mine this. Wait. I don't know what this is gonna do. Let's save it because I have no idea how this is gonna work. This might delete everything. Did we upgrade the wrong thing again? Oh, we did not upgrade the wrong thing. Okay. What did that do? Huh. I don't... Did that delete anything? I don't think so. I mean, it deleted a little bit. That's weird that they don't have concrete hazard. Like, everywhere else has had hazard concrete, except for that one upgrade. Save there. Let's reload it. Let's see what's different. It deleted like a splitter. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. Might as well, right? It's not, yeah, not worth redoing. We lost a single splitter and like a one chest. Okay, so this gives us a lot more space to work with here, which is awesome. Like it's a lot more than I thought it would be. Right platform level 2. We obviously can't go through it. We do have 20 minutes. We should be able to work something out. Oh, this also increased the size. Oh, that's huge. I wasn't expecting to increase this. So this gives us room for either more buffers, maybe some kind of logic, or maybe even a potentially better option is like an actual smelting lane that isn't confusing would be great. I think if we get medium power we might actually... There might be a way to double stack this. I'm not sure. It depends how to get... It might be slightly too short, but I'm thinking there might be a way to get one extra, like a smelter on each side with this. But that might require No, no, I don't. Never mind. It might not be possible. They would have to be staggered, which would save a little bit of space, but not a ton. Yeah, I'll just keep it simple. We'll just do a buffer instead. Oh, I think what we'll do, we can put a buffer up here. Okay, yeah, I have an idea. We'll have a buffer going like all the way. Wait, we can't fill the buffer. Never mind. Never mind. And we're just gonna have to scrap all this, but that's okay. Because I think we have enough to keep the base running for a while. If not, here's what I'll do. Wait, these aren't running. This won't do anything. Yeah, we're just gonna have to. We're gonna have to redo it. That's okay. That's what we have bots for. Okay, completely repurposing this hallway. What I'm thinking I want is well, like I said already, I want a buffer chest, which means we need some kind of splitter. Probably a yellow splitter. Maybe even, actually no, I'm thinking red splitters. Ooh, we are actually using a lot of iron. We'll upgrade it later. Yeah, we'll upgrade it later, I guess. Hello, Mikeji. Welcome, welcome. Let's see, do these do anything? They at least keep ammo production up, so yeah, that should be fine. We still have some iron production. That's the important thing. Let's go delete these, though, before we forget. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. We do need to redo the... Wait, how do I go to the bottom? Right. We need to redo all of these smelting, which is fun. Or, hold up, I might have a better idea. Because we have all of this space, right? Which, now that I'm looking at it, it seems pretty small. But it's enough for a double-stacked smelting lane, right? Oh, that's the perfect size. Okay, so hear me out. New plan. We smelt all the iron locally here. Yeah, okay. If we smelt all the iron locally here, we don't actually need this many labs. But this will let us buffer a lot of iron at the bottom pretty easily. But that would require us to send stuff up through here. So I don't know if it simplifies it that much quite yet, but it seems like it could be useful. We will have to delete it later, though, because we eventually want this to be a factory. So maybe it doesn't actually simplify anything. Maybe I'm just trying to rationalize something that's just not a good plan, which is probably more realistic about what's actually happening. Yeah, so we're going to delete all the belts. We'll tell bots to delete some stuff, too. They'll probably be deleting stuff for a while. Oh, great. Coal inventory is full. Probably because did I delete a coal chest? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so there is one research we can get that's super helpful. I don't remember what it is, though. Platform upgrade? This is the top platform. Logistics. No, not logistics. Actually, no, this one's good. This one's good. So logistics is extra pipe and upgrades the belt speed and chest size. So this makes it that some stuff will be deleted. But I think it's only something critical for military science, so that will be okay. But that will make it that we can output a red belt, which doesn't actually help us at all. So it kind of feels like a waste of science. Yeah, there's ways to get more space. It's just the issue right now is just we just needed to redo how we did the iron buffer. But I want to keep that other floor as the factory. Like putting smelting there sounds silly. It's like I can get more space there through the castle upgrades, but it just seems not super worth it. Rails. Interesting. Gigafloor. Gigafloor sounds awesome. Yeah, we need a resource buffer. And then potentially what we can do... We need a way to deal with mixed mining, which should be relatively straightforward because we can just buffer stuff there for now and then maybe redistribute things later. Because we won't have much mixed mining, but just in case it happens, we don't want it to break everything. So we could do just something like this, and this will keep things running for a very, very long time. We just need to be very careful if we do this to not get the upgrade before deleting these, because now we actually have kind of expensive things here. Oh wait, no, we don't want that because we want these to be able to hang off the edge. So we can't really buffer here. There is a way to buffer here. It's a weird way to buffer, but it does work, right? Because the whole thing is I just want one tile around so I can get one extra tile here. Yeah, this works. Okay. This will do the job. Yep, that's what we're going with. Voila, we have a buffer. It's not supposed to get much things. It's just like if we have one miner mixed mining, the whole base doesn't break. That's the whole point of this. We're probably not hurting for space that much, so I don't think it matters. But I think the idea of this is fun, so I wanted to do it. Okay, so now we need an iron buffer. We also don't need inserters for that. And chests. We really don't have anything, so I guess we'll use wooden chests for now. So we could do something like this. It doesn't really need to output to both sides, but I guess planing for both sides is probably a good idea. Never mind, we can't output to both sides. Well, we could, it's just not like this. Let's see, how many can we have? 2 wide, I think? Gosh, it feels so weird using wooden power poles when I have medium unlocked. Especially since medium is like super useful in something like this. But, oh well. It'll be okay. Let's skip the slitter for now because I don't really have a plan for it. And then we need 5. So let's do 6 so that we have extra. This is my idea for how to get both sides taken care of. No, wait, this still doesn't work. We can prio it though. That works. This should be enough inserters, right? When these are upgraded to fast inserters. Yeah, that'll do the job. This will buffer a lot more iron whenever we upgrade them to steel chests, which we might actually do now. And then another option was to have the buffer going across, but I don't think there's quite enough space. No, there's not. Actually, there's literally no reason for us to output onto both sides. This is just useless. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a situation where outputting onto both sides will help us much because we need to add resources to use it. Purple? I can do purple. Any particular shade? Like a darker purple or this one? Yeah, because we'll be putting coal over here, so yeah, it doesn't actually matter. Oh no, we need to get out of here. Ooh, that's bad. They must have run out of ammo. We haven't had too many disasters this time around. We're doing better. Like our base is really holding together for the most part. We just have not fixed this one. Not the first day though. The first day was a complete mess. that was definitely one big disaster. Also, thanks so much for the sub. Welcome. Enjoy the socked themes emotes. We have a minute and a half to get out of here, and also we need to not die. Yeah, we'll be fine. Never mind. We'll be fine. This isn't that big of a base. Okay, so let's just run. 90 seconds. Oh, we're good. We're really good. We don't even have to abandon part of our base. This is a huge swarm, though. We should try to recover this. We're at the point now where we, for the most part, have enough spare resources that if we do have to skip this, we're good. We do have a slight problem. And that problem is that yeah, no, we do have a slight problem, and that problem is that we can't produce anything, so we're really hoping for a passive base right now, or a passive world, because it's kind of our only hope. I think we'll manage, but yeah, it's a bit concerning. Let's see, will this work? Okay, we don't have we don't have to do any like weird same side in and out things anymore, which will help a lot. Yeah, and then we can just send copper this way. Oh yeah, this is a much nicer build. Yeah, this will work. This will work. Okay, this is way cleaner now that we can do like a normal half lane. Eventually, we'll probably want this to be a red belt for part of it. But for now, we can do side loading shenanigans, and we can just we can upgrade just like the outputs. I think will work. Let's see, what did it say? The world is deserted, and we appear to be. Oh my god, we actually got it. I was not expecting to. Yeah, no, I really wasn't expecting to actually get a safe base. That is fantastic. Although it says for now, so that actually makes me more concerned than if it said nothing. So I don't know how to feel about that. I can't imagine it's good. Huh. I don't like that thought. So we're either fine or we're doomed. Those are our two options, I guess. Which, I mean, doesn't sound that much different than your normal Factorio playthrough, right? Like, yeah, I'm sure. I might be fine. If it's deserted, though, that means it probably has nothing. So I don't think it's a useful planet to stay in once I fix this outpost. Or once I fix the smelting. But at least this gives us time to fix the smelting, and that's the important thing right now. And I think we have enough. No, we're missing 2. Okay, that's good. This is our weird, awkward mixed mining filter. We just need to be careful not to mix mine too much, but I think it should be good enough for a while. We definitely need to redo this completely, so nothing we have here is actually that useful. This is so much more space. It's crazy how much like 4 tiles in each direction makes a difference, like how big of a difference it makes. But like, you know, that's just how area works. Like, area be like that. Okay, I'm actually gonna go check the surface because I don't really trust that I'm safe, like it says I am. But, oh wow, this is like completely empty. Well, at least there's rocks. That's useless, but at least we have rocks. Okay, I'm scared. I don't trust it. I really don't. I have no reason not to, but I don't trust it. I do. Hold on, I have a crazy idea. So, ammo belts are great in a game like this. Like I don't use them much in Vanilla Factorio, but in this kind of mod, they're actually really nice. So my thinking is that what if we have turrets here? Those aren't turrets. What if we have turrets lining this? And instead of this awful buffer chest, we have an ammo belt. And then we never have to fill it. Well, technically we might have to fill it occasionally, but if we have enough turrets, or we could have a chest with ammo, which would be kind of risky, but that's another option. So then we can have like, instead we could have something like this, and then, no, not like this, like this. There we go. This is what I meant to do. And this is a bit unprotected, but if we send ammo this way, this will make it that we don't have to worry about running out of ammo in our outposts again. Actually, that might be worth it. This isn't a terrible idea. The issue with having an ammo belt directly going into them is that they can only buffer 200 ammo, so if you get a lot of attacks in a row, you don't have that much ammo buffered, or they can only buffer 10 ammo. So the alternative here is to have, so I could either have something like this and do less turrets, or a solid wall of turrets, and then they buffer 10 ammo each, and that really adds up to, you know, like 80 ammo per side. Or I could use a quarter of the space. Did you ever figure out how biter spawning works? Vaguely. I mean, my understanding is that the platform produces a massive amount of pollution, and the evolution resets each world. And that's all my understanding of it. But it looks like it spawns them around bases. Around the bases, the pollution reads. It's just the pollution spreads so fast that it reaches them fast. I don't know. This doesn't feel like it's more useful as space. I think the turret wall is actually going to be a better option. Mostly because I think it looks cool. Okay, so like this right here, we'll just make it that I can have 150 ammo per outpost. That's actually really not that much. But I'm not going through that much, so it could be okay. I can always increase the turrets, and that gives us a lot of space in here to place the miners. Is there anything I could like simulate a miner with? Like an assembling machine would be good. Ooh, that's not a ton. Yeah. Well, I can delete some. I don't need all of these turrets. I just need most of them, right? So like here I can do 15. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I was just not entirely sure how they worked. Because like they spawned in weird amounts, so I wasn't sure if it just spawned them separately. But yeah, I think I finally feel somewhat confident in it. We could do this, right? No, we can't. Why did I think that would work? We can get like one more drill. Although the drill isn't that important, we could probably, if we deleted this, we could get another drill here. This safe base is nice. Yeah, so we can get one more drill on the edge, which we don't really need to do, but we can. So 12 and 12. Honestly, that might be more than a yellow belt, a red belt. Eventually. Not right now, obviously. We don't have that much mining productivity. But looking at how much mining productivity you can eventually get, I feel like we can saturate a belt a lot more easily. Okay, so let's actually copy this. I liked that pattern. Wait, why doesn't this look the same? Did I not copy it right? Oh, there we go. I dragged that over too far. Okay, so something like this should work. We can power it here. Let's see, power pole. I guess that works. Does it matter if these are side loaded? Well, I would be able to reduce it to like a single red belt here if I have a side loading here. So yeah, actually that's not the worst idea to have it designed that way. That one can't go there. Let's see, does that power everything? It does not. Never mind, this doesn't actually work like I wanted. That works. That works. Yeah, we don't have to have it go straight down. This will do the job. Okay. And then probably the same thing over here, because this looks like a decent enough pattern. If I want to power this, I might need a medium. One medium pole just sitting in the middle. It works. Okay, so this gives us a lot of turrets that we can't actually make, but we have the option to make, so that's nice. There might be enough. There might be enough iron on the surface, unless we went through it all. Oh, never mind. Yeah, we can make the turrets. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking I like the ammo belt idea, which means we'll have to change our terrible buffer, which is unfortunate because I like the buffer, despite it being one of the worst things I've designed. I do like the buffer. So do we have copper here? Coal we can get rid of? Not really. We got rid of a little bit. Also, we have some iron. If we just cut this off, we can smelt some of it, which would be good. Okay, that works. And then we can just jump coal here. Oh, right, that's where all the coal came from. Yeah, it came from all the assembly machines. Or all the furnaces that we had to get rid of. Or fill up. No, get rid of was right. I was right the first time. Okay, that'll work. I don't know what to do with this. I might leave it on a planet. I might leave this old one on a planet. Okay, so now we have lots of turrets. We can worry about automating it later, though. Let's just make sure they are crafted for now. But yeah, this is my interesting take on how to filter out things I don't have. I could also use this spot right here, which would be way better. And I am definitely going to redesign it now. I thought I was going to be using this whole space, but yeah, with the amount of chests I have here is the same as I could place there, so we're just gonna move it. It will be a bit tricky to get ammo here, but I think if we piggyback the ammo onto the coal belt, it won't be a problem as long as these are filter inserters. So let's do that. Or the other option is this. But yeah, let's just use the filter inserter. It looks cleaner. And it's not like they're terribly expensive. Okay. So yeah, now we can have in it something like this, which is decent. Like this is just mixed mining protection effectively. So it doesn't need to be fantastic. Okay, this should work. The design is actually not too different from what I used in the Warp Torpedo 2. Yours? Oh, nice. That makes me feel better. Because I felt like everything I made is awful. We can definitely get a drill here. Not that many, but we could definitely get a drill here. Probably like one. Right? One. That's all. Well, okay. That's worth it. You think the bottom left power pole at the miners is one tile off? The bottom left power pole at the miners. This one? It's not connected. Oh. Oh, it's not symmetrical. Wait, does that mean... Is this one the off one, or is this one the off one? Oh, I see it. I see it. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, that would be non-functional. Let's see. Can we do anything if we move this down? I don't think so. There's probably a way to get like one extra drill, but I don't think it's that concerning. Okay, this should work. So this gets us 25 miners. So this almost triples our miner count. Wow, this platform upgrade was huge. And it also makes it that we never have to worry about turrets here. So yeah, super happy with this so far. Because we just gave it like 300 ammo, which should be enough to defend the base. But considering this is a very critical one, let's actually just give it all the ammo we have. There we go. Or most of the ammo we have. There we go. That's an extra 150. Okay, so this won't run if power is low. This will be upgraded soon. I don't think it will destroy anything here, so we're good there. Okay, that'll work. We just need to make sure when we actually place it that we be smart and place miners there, not just we need to remember to replace the miners with actual miners. But yeah, we have nothing left to do on this planet anymore. It's completely empty, so we can't even build our design. Unless for some reason, does the mod let you place miners here? That would be cool if it like faked a resource here. I don't know if it would be possible, but it would be cool if it could like fake a resource existing. How long is a red underground belt? If I use a red underground belt, I think I can get 2 miners here, right? I can. Nice. There'll be another pipe on the lower. Will kill my turret. Aw, man. I knew there was going to be another pipe. I figured it would be right here. Is it this turret or this turret? I'll just delete them both. I imagine it's going to be one of them. Yeah, this is the on-patch smelting thing. Okay, that should be better. I mean, that was only 1 extra. But maybe we can use that to get another extra? No. Well, okay, if we use red belt selectively, we could get 1 more miner at the cost of having a lower potential max speed, right? No. If I could get 1 extra miner here. If I can sideload it correctly. And I don't think it changes my potential throughput. It just means I need a red belt. Okay, so I can do this. And then... How can I sideload it? Oh, I can't sideload it to the right side. There we go. It looks nice, though. Productivity is cheap, but I mean, so is 1 miner. I mean, the idea is to do both. Okay, that looks good. Do we have enough here? We'll eventually need to upgrade these. But that'll work for now. I want these to be steel chests, actually. But for now, let's just use a iron chest. Okay. I could have actually put slightly more buffers here if I wanted to. But I wasn't really thinking about medium electric poles because I thought I didn't have the iron for them. But then I realized I had a chest with like 2,000 iron in it. So I didn't need to be nearly as stingy as I thought. The sparkle in the ground fills you with determination. I like that description. I don't know what it means, but I like the description. Wait, if I research this, is that going to immediately delete my platform? Or like move the platform back? I feel like I have to be ready to immediately go back up. Oh, I could have fed that iron. Yeah, that would have been useful. Oh, it means there's a lot of iron. Okay. Well, that's easy enough to understand. I figured it meant there is extra of 1 resource. Because I know there's one that means there's extra copper. I guess it makes sense that there's 1 for extra iron. Yeah, it's rich in iron at least. Copper seems bad, and everything else seems bad. Oh wow, that coal patch sucks. Okay, I almost forgot to upgrade these. Okay. Yeah, I'm worried that like as soon as this is placed, I'm gonna finish the research and then it's going to shift things over. Like teleport this back to my main base, give me the extra pipe and then send it back, but I'm not sure. It could add it remotely. But I feel like most of the things have reset it anytime I got a research. But I could be crazy. I might just be imagining that. This is very likely. I'm just imagining that. Okay, we don't have this anymore. We can have a buffer chest. This is this chest right here, so that way we can replenish ammo if we're ever like stuck on a world without iron. Okay, that should work. We need to refill the ammo here. Whoops. That should be good. Is that mixed mining? You made a one of the descriptions when he suggested a fix for a placeholder world. Ooh, which description did you make? Why isn't that working? Oh, there we go. I couldn't tell where the power pole wasn't connected. Wait, that's not connected, right? you know what? We can still, you know, screw it. We're just using a splitter. That'll work. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it does the job. I think it's connected to the correct sides. Yeah, we're good. The one with the neutron star collision. Oh, I have not seen one like that. I can see that being the actual rich world collision. A rich world? I guess if you start staying on planets longer, those things start to make more sense, huh? Also, why is this not working? I feel like I should have enough resources. I guess I have enough mining productivity. Oh wait, does this also need to be a red belt? Yeah, okay, that was the problem. Oh, we can't use the teleporter now. Okay, so we will cut one of them. But we can buffer iron now. Which should make it that we can be a lot more productive on some planets, which is super exciting. This is expected. I don't think it cut anything important. Because these are still functional, these are still functional. Okay, I knew these were safe. So the only thing it cut was military science, it looks like. Which I can manage. I can live without. You rarely mine out. Okay, I wasn't sure if maybe it was a possibility. I've had like a single drill mine out before, but never any more than that. Okay, so we can set this back up. Military science. Actually, we might be able to start researching the copper platform. Military. Never mind. We're close though. We are close, but that means we do actually need to improve the military science. Okay. Yeah, we need like 20 military science. Would it be faster? I think the easiest solution is to just handcraft the remaining, to be honest, rather than try to fix whatever is broken here. How do I fix that? Okay, we can take this ammo. We can take some coal. We can take some iron. We can take, take some bricks, and voila. That's not enough. That didn't do anything. Okay. Okay, we're just hoping there's enough ammo backed up that it will be fine. We could also, we do have the space upgrade, right? We might be able to do something like this. Yeah, we can do this. Now that we have like, I forgot we have this extra tile. So this is actually a better solution. Kind of. It's a workable solution. It's not a better solution, but it works. It's better than no solution. That's really the only praise I can give it. Okay, there we go. Does this work? Yes. It's not getting steel because steel is slow, but that's fine. It's mostly keeping up with this. Okay, let's cancel all this then, because I do want to keep my piercing rounds. Oh wait, that's why I couldn't craft any military science, because... Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Actually, I want grenades for personal use. Let's grab that. Yeah, I couldn't craft military science because the piercing rounds went to this gun. Okay, we're good. Let's see, is there anywhere I can dump this coal? Yes. This, I think, is enough coal to keep the lane running, but now that we have so much coal production, I think we can increase the buffer size. And then we'll need to redo all of this for copper later, because that's our next research. We can actually start researching it now, and that would be totally fine. I really hope these work. I mean, as long as we don't mix mine a ton, or like leave it mixed mining forever, we should be good, because it would take a really long time to fill up those chests. The other alternative is to back it up at the outpost. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work. Never mind. If we back up at the outpost, it would just stall the outpost, because it's not going to clear the belt every time. Okay, I think what I want to do is work on the ammo belt, which means... Which means... Um... Which means I don't know how... Wait. Huh. If we want to produce outposts for the... If we want to produce ammo for the outpost, we have to produce it down here. Which is possible. I think it is possible to produce enough ammo that way. It's just weird. But yeah, I think we can make it work. Because, like, do we really need this iron chest? Because it kind of sucks. We can move that up a lot. Make it go the different direction and fit ammo assemblers here. Because we only really need, like, a couple ammo assemblers. Maybe even one. Yeah, let's just move the iron outpost. Or the iron output. Maybe we could also research an upgrade to this small area, which would be super helpful. Just send some iron to the main platform. We need the logistics upgrade. We need the logistics upgrade. We can't send any more resources through until we get the 1000 science research. Unless I like flipped this around. Yeah, currently the issue is more just that we can't send another resource without having to like filter out a ton of things and worry about throughput. Hand feed? No. No, thank you. I don't think this cleared up space. No, it did not. But I could do this. This will clear up space. I don't think it cleared up enough space, though. We can make this work, right? Yeah, we can make this work. Does that work? No, one of them needs to be a medium pole. Okay, this'll do the job. It's weird, but it does the job. Or it should do the job if I can get it here. There's a way to make it work. There's definitely a way to make it work. But what is that way? No, it's not that. That is not the way to make it work. We can get coal from this side. Boom, problem solved. Okay. Perfect. One thing I really liked in my design was that I made both harvesters input agnostic, so you can mine whatever with either harvester. The spaghetti inside would sort it out. Oh, that does sound really nice. I was wanting to do that. I was considering doing that once I got like more sorting things here, because I do want to make things more flexible. So I might do that. I might like cut down some of the smelters so that way I can be more flexible with where I put the miners. Especially it would make it that mixed mining isn't a problem. So yeah, that might be the next project. If we can get a small, so the next upgrade to this area will make it that we can put a sorter in here. That's so much better. Because like right now we almost have enough space for like a good sorter here. If we get one more upgrade to this circle, I think we'll have plenty of space. Also, if we can move military science, that would be also good. So like we're just like one upgrade away from a lot of things, and then things can be a lot cleaner. We just need to actually do it. Basically. Also, this isn't a red belt. We said we would upgrade it and we never did. Yeah, that might be our next project. I think that'll definitely be our next project once we get the size upgrade. Which means we'll have to move the smelter, but that's okay. Maybe. I don't know where we'll move the smelter, actually. If we had belt weaving, we could send copper to the other side, but that sounds not smart. Huh. If all of the resources went this way, and this was a big sorter for ore, that could work. Because, let's see, if this was a pure belt of resources, then we wouldn't need this coal belt looking like this. That could work. So instead of having a sorter here, we have this on the other side that it can handle more resources. That's a possibility. Because now that we have this one extra tile, it's just so much easier to do a smelting lane. So that gives us one tile to pass just whatever resources it is. And then if we have a large enough ore buffer, we don't really need plate buffers, right? We only need ore buffers, technically. Or we only need a large ore buffer. We don't need a large plate buffer if we have that. If we have an ore buffer. That something we can consider. Because that would mean on planets without a resource, we can make up for it and use that time to buffer like extreme amounts of iron, which would be so useful. But these seem to be working well. Why is coal so bad? Like, we're not mining nearly enough coal, which is slightly concerning. Or maybe we're not. It could just be because it has to fill up the larger chests, like 8 larger chests now. Okay, that's probably it. We just doubled our coal buffer with the logistics upgrade. I wasn't even considering that was an advantage. Yeah, things like this, like the larger outpost on this lane would definitely mixed mine. So making it that it could take any resource would be super useful for the small patches. Oh wait, we still I just remembered we still have to finish the ammo belts. Also, this seems bad. Oh yeah, I was trying to make some kind of sushi smelting for for this. It was a terrible idea. But I can switch between bricks and copper smelting, and all it does is clog pretty much every furnace. So it wasn't good. It was not good at all. There was an attempt. It just didn't was not a good attempt. Okay, so let's see. This is decent. What did we come down here for? Ammo smelting. That means we need inserters, which we have on the other floor. No, we don't. We are still underproducing them somehow. I have absolutely no idea how we're underproducing inserters at this point. Wait, how? Are we iron limited? We're iron limited? How? What could possibly be iron limiting us? We have so much iron. Is it a belt throughput problem? It sounds entertaining to watch. Isn't that the one definition of good? That's true. That is the most important part. Also, hello, Doug the Mighty. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We are trying to make our base less of a mess right now. And it's actually coming along fairly nicely. I mean, it's still a mess, but it's less of a mess. And, you know, baby steps. Okay. That should fix our iron problem. Prio left. Yeah, that should fix the iron problem. Now we can fix the ammo thing, which I just realized we'll be able to place the ammo belts. But it's not really going to do much because we don't know where the... Let's just stop mining for a little bit, so that way I just want to build this while I'm thinking of it, because I will forget. I do not trust my ability to remember. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna delete it now. Well, I know it's relatively safe. Rather than later, whenever after I run out of ammo and it's too late. Figured it was it was worth doing now. Okay, so it was placed on the top. Cool. We have a gun turret. Perfect. You know, we don't need to power it if we use burner inserters. We're using burner inserters because they're fun. I was not planning to use logistics bots. If I do, I'll probably use the same rules that I have for my burner only thing, where I can use them for like personal deliveries, so that way it refills my stuff, but I won't use it for like anything else. So yeah, probably no requester chests. But requesting stuff to my player, probably. Oh yeah, we have a use for burner inserters. They're not that useful, but it is a use. Did the burner only corrupt me? What have I become? Okay, hear me out. In terms of gun turrets, burner inserters have the potential to be more coal efficient. And they're cheaper, and they don't need a powerful. Because after 5 minutes of running, or after 5 minutes of idling, a regular inserter will use more coal than a burner inserter does. So as long as there's only one action per 5 minutes, burner inserters are more efficient. The difference is very minor, like, you know, a small like 1 coal per like hour, but it makes them seem less bad. And at this point, I'll take whatever I can to to justify burner inserters. Stockholm syndrome much? Maybe a little. I think I've just I think I try way too hard to defend burner inserters when they really do not deserve any love. I do know far too much about burner inserters for my own good. Like I shouldn't. These are not numbers you should have in your head. Also, this would explain the coal backing up. Forgot they were mixed mining. We're just gonna delete these then. I don't want to fix them. Okay, so we can do the copper outpost now, which will be great. Yeah, we don't really need copper that bad, so it's totally fine if we cut it for a little bit. These are undefended. I think the only thing we really care about right now is... Well, we'll set the iron back up, and then we'll set the copper back. Then we'll set the copper mining back up. But for now, iron's the only thing we still need. We have so much buffered copper and nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Huh. That gives me an idea. I think I just came out with the most aggressive the most aggressive turret push ever. You just run up to a base and you place a grid of like 10 by 10 of turrets that just immediately destroy the base. I think it could work. You would be sacrificing an actually useful outpost, but you would have a really nice base pusher, which really isn't that useful. But it is something you could do. You have used that? That's awesome. Yeah, I guess with the expansion mod, it probably has a lot more use. Because that, anything that bumps up biter difficulty. I felt like a red underground was too expensive for that. That's why I just deleted that. Then it did not seem worth using a red underground there. Okay, that should work. And then what else do we need? We have some stone we can get rid of. That's a fish. Okay, that should work. Actually, let's just use Shift C. There we go. Okay, what were we doing? We need to mirror the copper lane. Oh, right, we have to mine it first. That's why we couldn't build it. We don't have nearly enough turrets to mimic the copper lane. But that's okay. This would definitely be deleted. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently we were mixed mining in one of the copper patches for a while. Okay, this should be good. Oh, that's true. You don't need to sacrifice the outpost. I was thinking that you wanted, like, you would need a full belt, but yeah. You could definitely make do with 10%. 10% of the turrets. Because, I mean, that's still, like... I still could put, like, 40 turrets on there. I don't need, like, a full 100. In the expansion, the turrets have an activation time, making the strat even better. Oh, because they're teleported, they're not, like, replaced. You skip the activation time. That's cool. We don't have nearly enough turrets for that. Oh god, we walked through it again. I think that's the first time I've been referred to as a Celeste streamer. Although I guess it is my second most streamed game. But hello, Magnus. Welcome, welcome. We just upgraded our outposts, so we can get pretty much 3 times the resources now, patches permitting, which is just super exciting. Not that the outpost is fully done, but it's close. So yeah, let's just remove that for now. We have to leave soon anyway. So let's recover what we can. Okay. I've made this mistake so many times. Don't delete the turrets first. Like, my thinking, right, is that if I delete the turrets or decon them, the bots are going to take them and it's going to take forever to delete. So I want to delete the turrets first, but then I get attacked and then I die. So yeah, it never works out. But yeah, the outpost is really cool. It's so much more iron. And I now buffer, because I have a little bit more space, I can now buffer iron plates as well. So like if a planet doesn't have iron, I can still manage. So I don't have to just buffer iron plates, but I can buffer iron ore. And buffering both is just really nice. Because I can like overmine in one spot if I really want to make up for the next planet. It's really cool. It's really nice having functional buffers because we did not have that for like the longest time. Okay, I don't really know how we're going to do this. Have I ever... Wait, the what? The throwable pistols mod? The concept of that is hilarious. It reminds me of that meme. Someone at a gun range, and then just them throwing their next gun. They're throwing another gun. They're just like, instructor, I need more guns, and it's just so great. I think about that meme a lot because it just is Borderlands 3 Borderlands in a nutshell. Like tier weapons are just so great. So thinking of someone doing that IRL is just, it's so novel. I love it. Will this work here? Almost. This almost works here. But not quite. Okay, this will work. Yeah, there are a lot of cool mods in Factorio. I've never really gone into them. This is the most I've ever played of a single Factorio mod. If that gives you an idea of how little I play them. And it is really fun. I don't know, I've never really played them. Even though they're cool. I just could never get into that. But now that I'm streaming, I feel like they're a lot more fun than just playing through them alone, completely lost. I guess we'll just go around. That'll work. Where do I have the buffer? Up here? Well, these are already going to be full, so maybe. We do not have that many chests. If you think about it, eating candy is healthy since you gotta have a varied diet. You can't just eat food. That is true. That is true. And there's sugar in candy. You need sugar to survive. Sugars. Which counts. It doesn't matter what kind of sugar. All sugars are the same. That's what everyone says. Definitely is something I've heard. And didn't just make up. Now we do need to split this out, don't we? But we need to make it that it filters copper for now. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. And just to get rid of them, let's place them here. We need to come back with a lot more belts. Also, we probably need to leave soon. Yeah, we probably need to leave soon. We need more. We need more furnaces. We don't actually have enough for the new lane we just built. We actually don't have steel anywhere, I'm realizing, which is not good. I guess we can do stone furnaces, and that will be fine for now. Let's see, do we need power? Yeah, we should probably recover the power. Wait, did we recover everything? Oh, we need to go mine the iron outpost. Oh, we have medium biters. Oh, that's scary. Okay, so we now know that we cannot last a full 30 minutes in bases. Good to know. Especially if we run out of ammo. But we're getting close to being able to defend for this long. We just can't quite do it. At least not at the outposts. Unless we manually refill ammo, which is an option. That is an option. See, we need these, we need inserters, and then... Yeah, we really need steel, but we're not producing it anyway. So here's what I'm thinking. Boom. Steel production. Tons of it. Okay, maybe not tons. Oh, wait. We're bricks. Never mind. We're short on bricks. I don't need steel. I just need to pick up the bricks. Lol. Okay. There we go. That should work. Let's see, we need iron. Oh, that's a lot more iron than we need. Oh, look. Another 100 steel. That'll be useful. We can get rid of a lot of our coal too. So nice. I don't know where I got all this coal. Let's see. There's water all around us. Oh, perfect. That gives us time to fix everything that is broken, which is most everything. So yeah, all we have to do is hook up water, and then we're good to go. Which isn't too bad to do. So we have like half an hour to just clean up our base and make it decent. There's not a ton we really need to clean up quite now, but we have enough buffers that I think we can stay here for like the full half hour and still not lose progress. Let's see, we got the platform size upgrade. What's next? We could start going towards the dual loader, right? That's what this thing is. 1,000 science. At the rate we're producing science, how long is that? We have like 1 science per second. That's only 20 minutes. But on the other hand, that's 20 minutes. But this will make that we can make a much better base. What other options do we have? We don't need this. It is cheap though. We are not successfully able to like defend any longer than half an hour, so this won't be that useful. This isn't useful. This could help with building, but not a ton. I think we're good on power, but with our larger base, we might actually be hurting for power. These will give us space to put stuff if we do want to expand our factory floor. And I think it's cheaper than an actual factory floor expansion. Actually, no, it's not. This is pretty cheap. But yeah, I'm thinking dual loader. Because if we get the dual loader, that gives us so much freedom. Like we no longer have to have a buffer chest on our factory floor. Which just, I know it doesn't sound that useful, but currently we have a lot of trouble balancing copper and iron because they have to go on the same belt. So if we can have 2 chests, then we're good. If we have, yeah, no, that's all. If we have 2 chests, then we don't have to have this here. So this gives us twice the space for a mall. Honestly, yeah, it like basically doubles our mall space, which is pretty big. I think it's going to delete something. I don't know what. I think this is the right one. To the central platform stairs and the harvester. So that would be this one. It's going to delete something here. But whatever it deletes, it is an easy fix. So I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. Yeah, that'll let us clean up our base a lot more. I think we won't worry quite yet about making this like resource agnostic. It would be useful at some point, but it's not super high priority, I would say. See, we need lots of red belt. Okay. We can get red belt. We have iron. A lot of iron. And some ore, right? Yeah, we have a decent amount of ore. So we can definitely make what we're missing. I think our whole base will stay running. We got steel, we got gears, plenty of gears. I think we need more circuits too. Yeah, time for some red belt. I think these are working. Oh, I cut it. Now it's working. Okay, so we don't have ammo production. So we have 2 options, and we're going to go with the easy one, which is this. Boom. That didn't work. This did not solve our problem. There we go. Perfect. Hopefully this is enough ammo to cover both of them. It might not actually be enough ammo to cover both sides, because it is one assembler, but it also might be enough. We can expand it, right? This is an option. Yeah, no, this is also an option. Boom. Now we probably have enough ammo, as long as military science isn't running. Yeah, we'll be good. Now let's just prio this one then, because this one is going purely to copper and half science, and then this one is going purely to the miners. Okay, and then we also need a lot of turrets, because there's 27 there, and then we have to fix the ones over there. So we didn't even make enough, I don't think. At least not enough to have any on hand once we're done. Those will finish in time, right? Probably. Maybe not. That's actually a lot of turrets. We could probably automate turrets in the main base, because we're going through a lot of them. Because they get destroyed pretty easily. Let's see, maybe we could handcraft some belt here. Because we don't need a ton. I think that's actually enough red belt. Let's see, we need a filter inserter. I don't know what the filter inserter is for, but I guess we need it. We need medium electric pulls. We need a lot of fast inserters. Apparently we've never automated fast inserters. I guess we just got to the point where they're worth using. So I guess it kind of makes sense that we haven't had any before. Let's see, is that working? That's not enough red belt, is it? Okay. Yeah. Maybe red belt is important. Yeah, maybe red belt would have been important to automate. I'm realizing now that a lot of things should have been automated. But we're finally at the point where we feel less resource limited. So like we're finally at the point where we're noticing what we're not having automated. For the longest time, we just didn't have any of any resource. So it didn't matter if we automated it, it wouldn't run. But we have red belt now. We have lots of buffered iron. We can actually make things. And having to actually make things definitely complicates it. It's like you actually have to spend the resources you're producing to make use of it. It's a wild concept. But yeah, definitely realizing it. Okay, so we need chests now. Chests are easy. We could probably handcraft more if we wanted to with another assembling machine. And then yeah, we can just delete some of the miners would work. Gears. More gears. I'm still thrown off about the cursor. I was mentioning it earlier. just reinstalled Windows. Because I like to do that every couple years. Just to delete a lot of bloat that I get. Because like I'm really bad about uninstalling programs I don't actually use. Like I tell myself, oh, what if I use that? I used it like 2 years ago. But I'm never going to use it. So then I just have a bunch of programs I don't want. But it's a lot easier for me to not reinstall a program than it is for me to uninstall one. So every once in a while, I just do like an entire purge. And I have not replaced the meme cursor yet. So I'm back to a vanilla Windows cursor. It feels weird. Oh yeah, no, it totally builds up. Unfortunately, I still have some of the bloat. Like, I still have a lot of the files just sitting there because I backed them up. But like it won't auto launch things, so I feel like I'll feel like it's not installed, but I still have like the configs if I ever need them and do reinstall them. So it doesn't feel like the bloat's completely gone, but it does feel less prevalent at least. Do I have I don't think I have a picture. That's not how I would spell it anyway, but no, I don't have a command. So when I was speedrunning Factorio, Anti-Elites made a cursor, which was like a little cross thing. That's just like a symmetrical cursor with like a dot in the middle. So that way you could tell where the center of a block is, because the default Windows cursor has the center point in the top left. This one had it in the center. And it was pretty nice for like building furnace lanes, because you could always tell where the center of a block was. And it just had a little bit more contrast than like the default options Windows has for symmetrical cursors. So it was really nice. But I don't know, for some reason it started being called the meme cursor. Because a lot of people, whenever he first made it, a lot of people started using it. But not many people stuck with it. But yeah, speedrun cursor effectively. I like calling it a meme cursor. Because it's just silly that it exists. But it's really nice. It was a nice cursor. And I even made I made a variation of it that has a gear wheel spinning around it as the Windows loading screen. You know, like I forget what they call it, working in background. Like by default, there's like a little blue circle. I replaced that with a gear. And it looked really nice. And it's really easy to reinstall. I just forgot about it today. Because I did the reinstall yesterday and I just haven't reinstalled most things. But soon. I can't really replace these things for a while. Or until it put it on a patch, we can't replace this, but that's okay. But yeah, copper is fixed. It's got to clear out the iron, which is honestly going to take a while. Okay, so if we mix mine heavily, we are kind of... It will take a while to clear itself. So we need to be careful not to mix mine by more than 3 resource per second. Or 5 resource per second. I think that's okay. I think that's a fair... Yeah, I think that's fair. We probably won't do more than that. Or it would be really hard to accidentally mix mine that much. See, we've run out of iron, so we do have to leave pretty soon. There's not much more we can do on this planet. We have some iron on our inventory we could use, but I really don't want to... I don't want to completely exhaust my iron supply. Just to stay on a safe planet for 5 minutes longer. See, we need more repair packs too. Okay, we should be good, actually. So yeah, now these things will buffer 27, so 270 ammo at the outpost, which should be plenty. Because I think the reason it was out last time was because the copper patch was hand-fed. It never got like the full 10 per ammo, or 10 per, what are these called? 10 per gun turret refill. Okay, yeah, we can just leave. We still have to sit here for 3 minutes anyway. So we have the copper outpost, we have the iron outpost, we have no way to get stone. Oh wait, we didn't hook this up to the buffer. We could do this. Yeah, that'll work. Because we were never actually able to have a large copper buffer because we kind of ran out of space. But with this redesigned smelting lane, it's just a lot more compact by like It's like the smelting lane itself is like 20 tiles less wide almost. But it also has a buffer. So even with this buffer, it's more compact. So we have a lot more space here to work with. I also might have made the copper. I think I had the copper lane slightly longer than the iron lane because it was designed to handle stone and copper, which meant I just had to have something in the design to overproduce. You just started your Warp Tory run. Don't be afraid to abandon a planet like really early, because I learned that the hard way. That like getting like 2 minutes of iron from a planet is worth defending it and losing all of the resources you gathered. That's my pro tip. Just abandon it anytime it seems difficult. Is better than having to restart like 3 times like I did. Like I didn't have to fully restart, but I lost all of my drills 3 times. So I effectively had to start from scratch, and it was very bad. Also, if you're willing to hand feeding seems very, very good. I don't think you can go wrong with hand feeding at any point. I just really did not want to do that. Install the expansion too. Once I finish this one, I might try it because a lot of people recommended it. I just wasn't really feeling it initially. But obviously a lot of people like it. Okay, that should work. That should work. Okay, we still have 45 seconds. Okay, so this means we'll have a huge ammo reserve. So just wait until all of these become useless and we start using piercing rounds. And then all of these will be terrible. But for now, no, we could definitely use piercing rounds. Maybe we should start using piercing rounds everywhere. Because like medium biters with piercing rounds are really, it's really ammo efficient. Water? Oh yeah, I guess I could get water. We're not like hurting for resources that bad anymore. So it doesn't feel quite as important to recover. It doesn't feel quite as important to recover those small resources at least. There's no iron on this planet. No, wait, there is. It's just small. But yeah, we don't have to worry about recovering the electric, or we don't have to stress about it. We should still do it if we remember. But it's not like, it's not the end of the world if we lose our pipes like it used to be, which is great. It's really nice having like financial stability in the game. Yeah, I don't really know what, I know it adds like I know it adds harder biters. And I know it adds missions. I feel like it probably has to do more than that, the way people talk about it. I just don't know what that more is. I guess boss biters seem pretty bad. Wait, can I put this here? No, I decided not to put this here so I could use the teleporter. Right. I mean, I guess that's an okay iron patch. Yeah, most of them get iron. Some of them are probably going to die immediately. This is decent. We can work with that. That's enough. And then... Wait. We can go far away. I should get a car. I should definitely get a car, shouldn't I? Because now that we have the power of, like, warps, it would be very easy to, like, go out to a far patch. And probably would be safer, too. But I don't know. Maybe I would need more radars for that? I'm not really sure. The upgrades like floor size are locked behind missions, and the missions are hard, sometimes impossible. Okay. Like all of the floor size upgrades? I knew they were locked behind it. I wasn't sure if you could still get some. But if like every single floor is locked behind a mission, that sounds brutal. Because sometimes the floor size upgrades are the only things that save me. Like if we did not have the factory floor, we would have given up like an hour in, or we would have lost like an hour in when biters overwhelmed us. But the factory floor gave us a place to hide. It was awesome. Very useful. Let's see, what can we do? We can do boiler floor upgrade, because I think we're starting to use more power. Well, actually, no, I don't think we're starting to use more power. Nah, we don't need the floor upgrade. Oh well. It's not bad to have. What was I working on? What I said I was going to do something. I can separate these. Oh my gosh. It's one on each side? I didn't realize it was going to be that useful. This is great news. This is way better than I thought it would be. Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome. Okay. This is very, very exciting. If you can't tell, I am happy with these results. I thought we can now send 2 extra resources between floors. I thought it was going to be 1 on each side. Or just 1 on one side. So now we can separate copper and iron. We have to redesign this, though. Somehow. Okay, left should be iron, and then right should be copper. That makes sense. And just in case there's still things mixed, let's leave it. In my speedrun, you did an exploity thing to survive and thrive. Ah, what kind of exploit? Was it just leaving the planets immediately? Because that's a good exploit. Or was it one to unlock things? Because I didn't notice missions. I skimmed through the thing you linked. I didn't notice a ton of missions, but I also didn't really know what I was looking for. You did not save scum. Okay, sure. You didn't save scum a single time. You saved scum multiple times. I got it. I get this nuance. Did I connect them wrong? I did connect them wrong, but because of the side swapper, it doesn't matter. Cool. That wasn't the reason I had the filter there, but hey, I will take it. It accomplished what it meant to. Yeah, that works. Oh, that's true. There is proof. How can I do the iron? Let's see. There's probably a cleaner. Oh yeah, there's definitely a cleaner way to do copper now, isn't there? Yeah, because now we don't have to worry about copper throughput. So that helps a lot. We can maybe... Can we take from a loader? No. I don't know. Wait. We can. That works. Oh, okay. That's fair. Just in case I do end up doing that, not when in the challenge makes sense. This is going to be ugly, but... It's less ugly than the other solution I could think of. So, I call that a win. Yeah, I call that a win. Although we still have a problem here. But I think we can make it work. Oh gosh. What am I creating? I am creating a functional build. That's what I'm doing. Yes. That's how I will describe this. This is functional and not at all awful. Uh-huh. Whoop. We did it. We made it. We made a fix. And the sad thing is this is way better than what we used to have still. It's just what we used to have was really, really bad. Which really goes to show that we did not have a good base before. But yeah, these loaders are so nice. Now we can also like send a produced resource between floors in high volume without worrying about mixing resources. Watch out for the water pipe. We think we are a ways away from the upgrade for that one. So yeah, this will work long enough. Because that one's the 1,000, the 10,000 science research, right? Oh, wait, that one's a belt. Which means the pipe is a different one. Yeah, it's something we'll have to consider later. It will definitely work for now. Also, we have this upgrade, which is great, so we can expand the boiler room. They are not connected anymore? Wait, they're not connected anymore? Oh, you mean the boiler room pipe. Got it. Which one has the water on it? Yeah, when you upgrade, it removes the buildings. It tells you where not to build. Like the hazard pipes, it says like, it's basically saying, hey, don't build here. But I am stubborn and like to just accept my fate and suffer later. So that's what we've been doing. And pretty much every time the upgrade that we thought went to take effect for a while, it does not take long for us to immediately regret our decision to build on the concrete. It's happened every single time. But we're not gonna change. It's too late now. We've locked ourselves into this play style. It's usually not too bad though. Like, we're fairly careful to keep critical things mostly off of it. But sometimes we do occasionally break like a less important inserter. Or in this case, the pipe is all of the power. So this one was probably the worst one we've had so far. And it still wasn't too bad. Okay, so we need pipe. We should probably get a pipe assembler. Yeah, we could get research upgrades. They're pretty cheap too. Okay, this will work. Let's go back to expanding the power plant, which it really doesn't need to be expanded, but the bigger it is, the longer it can run without anything, which I think is nice. Okay, that increased it a little bit. We don't really have that many steam engines, but we can get more, and we have plenty of iron, right? No, we don't. Why don't we have iron? I guess we weren't mining it for a while, so we literally have no stockpile. So there's no reason for me to expect we would have it. And we used a lot of it for steam engines that we don't actually need yet. There might be a more condensed way to do this. We might be able to get more we might be able to get more this way. Never mind. I thought maybe we could get like one more steam engine. Although I think it's still better. What was the difference? It's 5 versus 5. It's similar. It doesn't make a huge difference either way. But I think we're gonna make these ones go horizontally because we can. Just so it's different. And maybe it will be helpful later. Or maybe it won't be. Wait, should I be using burner inserters? For brownout protections? I guess we don't really have that much fear of brownout here. But I could be using burner inserters. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, we'll eventually get water here, which will be great. I didn't cut off too much of the power plant, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. I like this. This is fun. This is a fun power plant. Not a good one, but it is fun. Yeah, no, this is terrible to walk through if we ever have to upgrade it. Okay, do we have... No, we don't have more pipe. There we go. Beautiful. Then we can connect it down the middle, so that way we don't forget. And this is a lot of work for like 5 extra steam engines, but hey, it does the job. Actually, no, we can, the upgrade did still let us get 1 extra corner, so it's not completely useless. I don't like how uneven this is. We're gonna flip it. I want them to follow a pattern. Just so it's pretty. That was a bad idea. That was our last power plant. That was actually hooked up. Whoops. Easy temporary fix, I think. Okay, that'll work. Okay, we're good for a bit. And then we can move the tanks, which we really don't need, but I'm definitely glad we have them. They have been very useful. Like, they don't do a ton, but they do enough that they were worth building. Because they basically just make it that I can mine the... They make it that I can mine the pump like 2 or 3 minutes earlier while the warp is charging, and my base will still run. Leave some space for oil production? I do not think I will. We don't really have to worry about future space requirements. Redesigning is fun, so we don't really have to make it that we can immediately make a perfect design. Okay. I like this. It's pretty. This is a fun power plant. Navy, I don't like it. It's a bit sketchy. We're gonna flip it. Okay, that looks better. And now we need to connect the water, which is really hard to connect with the way that we designed it, which we were aware of. But yeah, definitely not an easy to connect power plant. Oh no, we accidentally walked through the floor. Okay, then we can do an underground here. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so I think they're all connected to water, right? Oh, this one's not connected anymore. So we can do an underground here, try to keep the underground at the edges. And then we can't place anything here. Yes, it's very beautiful. I stand by that statement. It's beautiful in a way. That way is not... that way is called being ugly. But, you know, it kind of counts. There we go. And then we can move this tank. Okay, there we go. This solved absolutely nothing. This solved no problems we were having. But we did it. Oh, here's what we can do. I wanted to increase our buffer size. now that we have the space. There we go. And then where does this need to hook up first? That looks better. I mean, it's still rough, but it looks better. And honestly, should we just go through the buffer completely? Actually, no. I think having it go around the buffer is safer for brownouts, because then it means you can buffer loaders in the loader, which don't take power. It doesn't matter the output priority, it just needs the input priority. Okay, there we go. That way, we do consume coal directly, and we don't buffer things unnecessarily. It helps reduce our coal count a little bit, but I think mostly it's just safer. But yeah, we have a somewhat functional power plant. I think this one's not connected to power though. There we go. Somewhat functional is a very apt description of it, I think. Okay, now I think it's fully functional. Okay, looks like a great little plus sign. And now we can drop off these walls, which we don't need. Oh wait, we don't have military science production anymore. Well, if we don't have military science, I'm thinking we just start buffering grenades for personal use, just in case we attack some outposts, and maybe buffer some of this. No, this isn't working. Now we have steel again. Okay, so yeah, now we're just doing personal buffers, I guess, of the things we use for combat, just in case we're overwhelmed by biters. Okay, this will work. I don't know why I have a splitter here. Oh, I thought this was a mixed resource. It's not, so I don't actually need a filter splitter. Yeah, for some reason I thought yellow ammo was on this belt, but that was a mistake. We have not checked on our ammo on the outposts for a while. They seem okay, but it helps that they're not being attacked much. Yeah, maybe we should have gone with the chest approach rather than this many turrets. That would have held out a lot longer. It might not be too late. It might be worth doing. Or we can just get piercing rounds, so that way the ammo lasts longer. I think both would work perfectly fine. Wait, what is this? What is this? Huh. I wasn't expecting to add stuff to the harvester. I mean, it said it did, but I thought it would go the other way. Oh, wait, can I make it go the other way? Oh, okay. So in case you wanted to put, like, an expansion and get, like, 2 red belts, you can. Got it. Not like we are ever going to need that, or at least we won't need it until we get, like, 3 mining productivity upgrades, but it is something to consider for the future. See, we didn't actually mine the iron outpost. We just went to it. That should be fine, because we do want to keep mining iron for at least another minute or so. Let's recover power though, because we are starting to run out of pipe to grounds. So maybe we I mean, we're not out of iron for pipe to grounds. We're just out of pipe to grounds, and I don't have to make more because they're very expensive in terms of crafting time. Okay, so we don't have splitters yet, I don't think, so that's nice. Also, we have a lot of corpses piling up, which is really fun. I like the little spikes, like as you can see the evolution ramp up. It's really cool. Oh, we finished one of the corridor researches, which means we can actually significantly expand our factory floor. I have an idea, but I don't think it's a good one, but I think it's what I'm going to go with. So here's my idea, right? We could do red science and yet green science in the same spot. Or you can move them over here and have them be like opposite of... wait, that doesn't work. Does it work? No. Oh, there's one tile too little for this to work. Okay, so the new plan is we produce red science like to the left of it, and then we feed directly into labs with green science. No, that's a terrible idea. No. This was my thinking, but it uses up way more space than I thought. Yeah, so this was my thinking. We would have red and blue science or something on here, and then it would direct feed into the lab, which would technically work, but you could only do one lab per assembler, and that's not really a great ratio for any, like there's not that many researches where that's useful. Your hands disappear before your eyes. You are surrounded by darkness. This place seems dangerous. Oof. Also, this place is terrible. We don't we don't have a great way to deal with mixed mining, so I think I want a harvester floor upgrade size. I could warp again. Maybe we have enough buffers. Yeah, let's just do that. I don't want to deal with the mixed mining. Cuz like we can do some mixed mining, we just can't do entirely mixed mining, which is what everything would be there. It should work if you place the output in the middle for red and blue science. For this one? Oh wait, no, not for this one. Oh, I guess we have belt weaving now. We might be able to make this work. With belt weaving, I think we could do this. We could do something fun with red and green science. Or long inserters. Long inserters might also work. So like something like this. Yeah, that'll work. It's not as fun as belt weaving, but it definitely definitely works better. Okay, so we would have these going this way. Okay. We'll do the easy approach. Oh, we still have like 3 minutes to warp. Are we out of iron? Or are we actually gaining things here? Yeah, we're out of resources. I mean, we still have some smelting, but we can't stay here for too long. Or we can't produce things for too long. Yeah, let's do this. We can actually produce it, honestly, anywhere. We could even have labs on the outside. And free this entire... Oh, yeah, no, we're going to have labs on the outside. I like that. Because doubling up on labs isn't that important. It's just we can't have things directly inserting into a single lab. Like, that's kind of wasteful. These are all... Literally all of them are going the wrong way. Let's actually flip them, because then we can just turn this here and then get the green. And send this way. Perfect. Okay, we have a lot of things we have to deconstruct now. Cool. And I don't know what is essential. I guess as long as we don't get pipe, nothing here is essential. Let's get a weapon shooting speed, actually. It doesn't save ammo, but it saves turrets. So what if I get weapon shooting speed upgraded, what that means is that I could reduce the harvester's defenses to have like one or two turrets grabbing from a chest that buffers like 200 ammo, rather than relying on 10 ammo per turret for defenses. So I think that'll be super useful. See, these are working, or they should work. Yeah, having a higher turret density will be very nice. Let's not go that far. Also, we didn't need all those power poles. I didn't copy it. Right. I want it to be pretty. There we go. That'll work. And then let's send this down. The idea was to make that prettier. I don't think it actually worked, but it almost worked. Let's see, what's going through here? I think this was just for science production. We didn't produce power on this planet, right? Like, we're just going through buffered power at the moment. Yeah, I think we're just running on buffered power because of our water tank. We started to do power, then we just left. Then we just abandoned the planet. Okay. Oh, this looks so much nicer, having the labs on the corridor on the left. I'm still not entirely sure. I want to redo all the inserters. I have an idea. We'll delete this. We'll pass blue science through here, and it will be awesome. Which means these need to be double inserters. Oh. Oh, good. We didn't ruin anything. But yeah, now we can send blue science through here. And then these can be anywhere. That should work, right? I think they're all powered now. And then we just flip it, going the other way. Okay, so this means we can belt weave if we want. Because I really want to do belt weaving at some point. Because like its biggest advantage is like compactness. And it would just feel wrong to not have belt weaving in this kind of design where you're supposed to be compact. Okay, we can afford for science to not run for a little bit. It looks like this is just a very generic default setting style world. Since it says it reminds me of home, which basically means there's absolutely nothing special about it. The patches are, they're not amazing, but they're definitely better. Oh gosh, yeah. If you don't have like a custom made upgrade planner, yeah, it's not great. That might work? No. That should be okay. There's some mixed mining, but not a ton, and we need to replenish some of our resources. So yeah, this will be okay. It won't be the end of the world, I think. Let's undo that. Hello, Stolen Muppets. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I love the idea of belt weaving. I've never found a practical use for it before because I'm very rarely space limited. And even with like a space limit, it's still hard to find practical use for it. It's just, it looks so cool, but you have to be so careful with it. And it's so much work to set up, but if it can get it working, it's just one of the coolest things. Okay, hopefully there's enough ammo to keep these running because we haven't done the ammo chest yet. If we do an ammo chest, it should probably be made of steel because those are more defensive. Because it's something that will be like front and center being attacked at like every single outpost. We could hide it a little bit on the inside, but yeah, we don't want to accidentally lose 200 ammo. That would be bad. Let's see, we have sciences again. But yeah, my idea is we'll belt weave and then we'll have it go through here basically. Whenever we get blue science hooked up. Or whatever sciences we put on here. It won't be a permanent solution, but I mean, it will work for a bit. Yeah, it won't work for anything more than one more science, but it will work for now. We could technically get a third one too. If we could figure out a way to belt weave underground through here. But if we get a third one, we'll probably have to go like around. But that's okay. There's enough space for that. I don't know how long we can make this chain with stack size upgrades. This might not work great, but I think for how slow a lot of the researches are, this should be sufficient. We might just, we'll double up the long inserters though. I can underground the copper. Oh yeah, I could belt weave through one of those. Good point. I don't have to belt weave through the output. I could belt weave through literally any of the options. For now, we're doing this. Wait, those were in the wrong spot. That's not good. I put those too high. There we go. We'll figure out stuff later. Currently, we just want to get all the labs we have working. Everything else is is future me problems. That means it's not important. Definitely will not break everything. We've yet to regret any decision we had to cut a corner. Also, am I already out of labs? Or were they charging? No, I just don't have labs. Okay, so I can probably move... If I turn bots off, I can move these down. Get like 5 working. Okay. I mean, if I ever make more labs, that'll work. Having half and half, having like a 5-to-2 ratio or a 5-to-1 ratio here is not smart, but I don't want to fix it. We'll fix it later, which we've said many, many times. And sometimes we do. It's not always a lie. Yeah, he deserves it for what he did. He'll know what he did when we get there. Okay, maybe we didn't need... Yeah, we definitely didn't need the copper outpost at all. So, like, we're mixed mining, and we don't really benefit from it. Oh, well. Let's see, how is this working out? This seems to be working fine. All right, we're not getting a full iron lane. We could speed up the iron lane with something. We could have done a small expansion that we deleted later, which is actually, you know what? It's worth doing now that I think about it. Because it's not that tricky. We have the miners, we have the undergrounds. Because we have this. We're stuck. Why would it teleport me to that side? Does it matter what side you... Oh, it sends you on the opposite side you walk into. Got it. Does that mean I'm stuck here? How did I get out the first time? Ah, okay. I went through the other side. Yeah, that's confusing. So what did I need? I needed more iron. I don't know how I'm going to get it. I was hoping I could get it to this loader, but the loader's facing the wrong direction. So I think we'll just have to... We could underground through here. There we go. 2 whole miners. That wasn't worth it. But now we have something we can copy if we ever want to do this again in a better spot. So it might be helpful later. Or we can just get mining productivity. That is another option. It's not that expensive. Yeah, we'll probably benefit more from mining productivity. Also, I forgot that we just upgraded our copper or our coal buffers. So we actually have our coal miners running right now, which is great. I think I also want... But they work on the other side too? They do? So if I like put something here that would never normally go on it, so I can check later, like a gear, will that teleport through? No. I'm not sure what you're referring to then. Also, how's our ammo? Ammo's okay. We can redesign it now, actually. With the ammo chest in mind. Would definitely be a good idea. So what I'm thinking is... fast inserter? No, long inserters so we can have power? Ooh. Yeah, maybe we should have designed it like this from the start. Would have been useful. So we can move that around. That would be great. Oh, we can't have the power pole. What about a medium power pole? That doesn't go far enough. You had a turret placed next to it and it emptied it? Well, that's because it's unloading. Like a chest. So if I put a chest here, I guess I could get that to work. Because that turns it into an unloader type of thing. Nah. Ah, we'll just leave it how it is. We'll just hope that 10 ammo in all of them is enough. Because we just skipped the idea of designing it around a chest, and I don't want to have to backtrack. I think it's too late. We just have to accept our fate. Okay, so what do we have to build? We could get... Do we have more cheap ammo upgrades or damage upgrades? Physical projectile damage. What do they call it? Warp projectile? What's the modded one? Warp projectile rounds. Okay. So that would be useful. That would save ammo a ton. Warp, wait. Warp in a small castle turret? Oh wait, it like spawns with a castle turret? Oh, that sounds awesome. A bridge. What does the bridge do? I don't know what these things do, but I'm really curious. They don't sound that useful, but I really want them. So we're going to set up a few researches here. And then while that happens, we're going to actually like automate military science. Like in a way that isn't terrible. Like every way we've done so far. The only problem is we need to get bricks here. And I'm thinking for bricks, we'll get them from the top. Wait, what is this? Oh, we lost ammo production. No, that's fine. Blue and yellow science will be fun. We'll have a few more expansions by then, which will help. I kind of want to do barrels. I want to be able to like burst out a ton of oil and put it in barrels. Because barrels are super compact compared to tanks. But that's also like assuming I'll be getting lots of oil, so who knows. I guess with all the mining productivity upgrades, one speed modded oil pump would actually be pretty significant. But yeah, let's start with something simple like military, and then we'll start panicking about military science. It'll be great. We also need to move this mall probably. Like over here. Would flamethrowers be feasible? I don't know. At the moment, they're just not that useful. Because we have like 20 to 30 minutes of only biters that we can defend with just iron. And then at like the 25-minute mark, they tend to upgrade to mediums. And flamethrowers aren't super useful until you get to like big biters or like pure medium biters. So the main thing is you would need to defend the outposts. You could probably get a flamethrower here because you can teleport oil. But currently I haven't felt any pressure to get anything other than physical projectile rounds. But that doesn't mean it's not useful eventually. It just... the idea of staying on planet more than half an hour is too terrifying to even feel the need to upgrade quite yet. But yeah, we can definitely move this mall and it would be so much better. Like leaving this space empty feels like a waste, but it makes everything so much cleaner. So yeah, we're just gonna move literally everything will be removed, I guess, is the easiest option. I think we have enough buffered ammo and really buffered everything that this won't cause permanent issues. Well, let's see. How can we do... there's not quite enough space to do it like this. So we need copper. We need to do what we did the first time, where we have circuits in the middle and then direct feed this way. That should work. The mining, yeah. The mod adds, they call it warp something or other. I don't remember the exact word. It has extra steel axe researches, basically. It's really nice. This works. Yeah, this'll work. Is this enough? I feel like it's plenty. Yeah, that's plenty of circuits for how much I'm using. This is plenty of circuits. Yeah, this is way more space for them all. You can even make it double-sided. Ooh, wait, we can make it double-sided. Then we can have gears over here. Oh, this is great. Can we even use this mall? I don't think we can, but we have the possibility of using it, which is awesome. And then we can have the things for science going through here. Yeah, that'll work. This will do the job. And this should probably be a red belt, which we can afford, at least like halfway up. Let's see, how do I do the green science? Not really sure. That's bad. It just means it probably ran out of ammo. Yep. Okay, this whole tin ammo thing is not nearly enough. I thought it would be better. But yeah, tin ammo really isn't that much. Because like my thinking was that we have 270 ammo, but we're really only using half the turrets at a time, so we only have 100, which is a lot less than 250. Why do I have a filter inserter? Just put a whole stack in. Well, that's the idea eventually, yeah, for sure. Okay, this should work. Okay, so now we have all of the resources we need. This is way too large of a mall for how fast we build. Oh, that'll work. This will eventually be a whole belt. I don't want to replace it all with red belt when literally everything here will be deleted. Okay, so I'm thinking this will be plenty for science. And that gives us 2 assemblers worth. Yeah, that'll work. Plenty for red science. And then we just need to get copper from here, so that won't be a problem. Okay, and then we need inserters and belts. So belts are pretty easy. And then so are inserted. Yeah, all of them are pretty easy. Cool. So input and input. These don't need to be full speed. So that should work. That fast inserter may not always grab copper if it runs out. Which fast inserter? Oh, this one right here. This whole section is going to be deleted. Although, I should probably delete all of the inserters now to make sure it doesn't sideload stuff. But none of it is supposed to be functional because we're redoing this whole segment. But I definitely don't want to break things while I'm still redesigning it. So good catch. Input, input. Yeah, I think that's right. Honestly, that's probably enough, but nope, that was supposed to be 1 tile up. Okay, this should work. Wait, we don't have an output. Yeah, we do. It's not going into a chest, but It could. It's not, but it could. We can have one going on. We can just have one directly for science and then one for personal use, I guess. It's a weird way to do it, but it does work. Okay. Personal use, which we'll never really use. We very rarely use, but I guess it's always good to have. And voila. I'm building compact now. The builds initially were awful. We're definitely getting better. Like, I'm getting used to building compact. There's still a lot of space inefficiency, but we've learned a lot throughout this run. And I think we still even have a lot more to learn. But it's like a weird mix, because sometimes I just want things to be kind of pretty. And I make like a slightly less compact base to make it pretty. And then I immediately regret it because we really need the space. But I'm not changing my ways because I want it to be pretty. It's a bit of a catch-22, I guess. No, actually, no, that's not a catch-22. It's just a mistake. I feel like catch-22 is a very specific reference to a situation we can't get out of, and this is just me wanting to make a pretty base. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. I think that's everything. Oh my gosh, that's so much cleaner. Okay, looks like we're swapping red and green science again. It's worth it though, because it means we can just run along the edge. Oh yeah, that was definitely worth it. That looks great, honestly. Yeah, no, I love that. Like, it's so tight against the corner. Let's see, is everything the right color? I think so. Don't think this belt needs to go anywhere. We probably need to leave the planet soon. I also need to check on my ammo reserves. Oh, they're a bit low. Let's speed it up. Well, hello, IB the Crazy. Welcome, welcome. We're cleaning up our entire factory floor. That one long inserter isn't dropping gears on the belt. Oh, right, I moved it. Right, good catch. But it's going pretty good. Our base is looking a lot better. We're not holding nearly enough ammo at the outpost, though, so we need to fix that somehow. I think we just need to add an ammo chest at each outpost. Because currently we're relying on the 10 ammo internal buffer of every single turret, which I thought would be good. It's not. It starts to run out after about 15 minutes. Because like certain turrets tend to be favored, right? Like they only ever attack from one side. So that's something we need to be fixing. So that's our current project, or after we clean up the factory floor. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so which long inserter? Yes, this one. Thank you. So if that's the case, we'll just leave it like this then. Which means we might have accidentally put copper on the wrong side. Well, I don't want to have to do it manually. Feeding it with 200 turrets would be good. The idea here is that, I guess it would make more sense if I showed you. I have an ammo belt that refills them whenever we're like teleporting. It's just the problem is that it's only 10 ammo. And while it's 250 total, only like 8 turrets get used up. Would an inserter chain be possible on the outpost? Yeah, I could do an inserter chain to move ammo around. I just have to... I would just have to rearrange a lot of the miners. Because I don't have space for power poles at the moment. Unless I use like burner inserters. Fewer turrets but prioritized ammo. So the issue is that they can't buffer more than 10 internally. So I would have to put a chest in the outpost, which I can do. It's just I can't power the inserters, so I'd have to redo all the miners. So yeah, that's the idea. Gun turrets, you can manually put up to 10, and inserter will only fill it up to 10 though. and I don't want to have to fill it. So there are fixes, we just have to rearrange the miners. That's really the only problem. Which is definitely a doable fix. It's just something that needs to be done. Basically, the problem is I don't want to have to hand feed. So we just need to redesign our base a little bit to avoid it. We need to get some ammo back, so we're just gonna do a temporary thing right now. Because we definitely need ammo production. I don't know what this used to be. Oh, I think that used to be supplemental iron. Have you made a cool beep if you get close to running out of power? I have not. But I think we're good. But we could do it just for fun. What's on this base? You were like a giant. Oh, we're at a tiny patch planet. Cool. I love those. They're very useful. But yeah, we do not have a siren. We could make a siren. That tells us if one of the buffer chests is less than like 1,000 or something. Yeah, because it feels cool is a very good reason. This will work. And then copper. Oh, we can't even use the copper patch because of the cliffs. Cool. I guess we get. We'll just do extra here. Like 5 miners. But yeah, because it feels cool, it's a very good. That is a very reasonable thing to do. We'll have to figure out which chest has priority. So that way we don't have it constantly beep. But yeah, that's definitely something that can be done. Let's see. Ah, we backed up all of our sciences. I thought we cleared the belt. It's hard to tell when you use undergrounds. Which we actually don't need a belt weave here, so I guess there's literally no reason to do that anymore. Okay. Looking good. See, our ammo production here is a bit low, but definitely something we can fix. Because this ammo gets sent to all of the outposts. No, it doesn't get sent to the outposts, but it does get sent to the main base, which is more important. Because these have their own local production. It's terrible, but they do have their own local production. Actually, hold up. We're about to do military science, which means we might be able to switch away from yellow ammo completely. And 10 piercing rounds are significantly more useful than 10 yellow. It's like if the issue is that one yellow stack can't kill enough biters, one piercing round might. Because it would use like half as many per biter, or like a third as many per biter. I don't know. I want to say it uses like 30% less for small biters. We're about to get an upgrade, so I guess it's not worth it quite yet. We'll wait for this to get, because it's going to be expanded 4 tiles. So we'll do military science soon. But let's wait for the one more expansion. I don't think it's going to expand this quarter though, so we can get the idea of something built. How are we going to get coal here? I think we'll buffer coal, because I want steel to be produced up here. Probably like in the corner. We also need bricks, which bricks are going to be weird. Bricks are probably going to come from the top. We'll send bricks through. We'll turn this into a brick smelter just for military science, I think, rather than supplemental ammo. Yeah, we'll turn this into a brick smelter instead. Because we don't have another outpost quite yet. We are running out of iron. This base sucks. Or this not this base. I mean the base isn't terrible. How does the size upgrade work? So the size upgrade just adds 4 tiles around this. These corridors were added separately by the castle turrets. So I imagine the floor size upgrade is just going to add 4 tiles here. Well, there we go. It just adds 4 tiles there. Perfect timing. But yeah, that's all there is to that one. It's pretty straightforward. We can get more labs, right? Are we lab limited or science limited? I don't really know. We could produce more production. We have enough gears. We could produce more production. We could definitely make more science. Because we still have a ton of red and green researches to go through that we can afford to upgrade this. We might do that right after we do military. Like we could have another corridor maybe, like probably one here for green and then one here for green. And then we don't have to worry about splitting the labs. Although I don't like how that looks. No, we can't design it like that. Hmm. The bridge, that's what the bridge does? I would not have guessed. I figured it was just going to add a gate to the little castle, like a drawbridge. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so we have ammo. We still are very short on iron, but there's nothing we can do about that because our planet just is awful. We probably could have looked for a farther outpost. Okay, let's do military. So we're going to do steel smelting here, which is going to directly use iron, so that'll be super convenient. And I guess for now we'll just use stone furnaces. Yeah, we'll just use stone furnaces. So that's going to be built in the corner. Will this work? If we use medium electric poles, this will work. Kind of. Not per... if we swap these, we can make this work, right? You need to wake up in 4.5 hours? That is not much sleep. I will... So that does remind me. I have started... I haven't uploaded anything yet, but I did make a VOD channel. They won't be higher quality, but I will be exporting things to YouTube, so that way they can stay longer in case someone misses a stream. Anti-Patience Archives. Ideally, I would want it to be upgraded in my local recording quality, but my internet just really isn't that bad, isn't that good. And I record at like 8 times my internet speed, so I can't afford to upgrade, or I can't afford to upload an entire like full res VOD. But I can export directly from Twitch to YouTube, so that way there's at least something. Actually, they were in a good spot initially. But yeah, it's apparently really simple to just directly upload a VOD, which is great. And that made me start thinking maybe I should do an on-screen chat. But I'm not sure if it would be legible because it's 1.8 kilobits, 1.8K is not great. I don't know if text would be legible at all. Because how are we gonna do this? I'm thinking what we want is a chest here for coal that will feed steel. Actually, no, we'll do it here. Actually, what side does this go onto? If this is the correct side, this will work perfectly. It does work perfectly. Nice. So we'll just add a splitter here. Nope, we'll add it 1 tile up. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. What's my favorite 2D platformer? I haven't actually played that many, so it would have to be Celeste. In general, I'm not the biggest fan of 2D platformers. I just really like Celeste. I much prefer that was weird, but I guess it works. I much prefer 3D platformers. Like I absolutely love Mario games. like the newer ones. Because the third mechanic just adds so much. Like, even if the controls aren't as tight, just being able to move in 3 directions just makes them feel a lot neater. What's my favorite Commodore 64 game? Is Asteroids on it? That sounds like it would be that era. Yeah, Slush was really fun. I've been playing through Strawberry Jam. I was going to do Strawberry Jam on Sunday, but I have not reinstalled Celeste yet because I don't have it installed through Steam. I have it installed through itch. And I have not reinstalled all of my programs yet since the Windows reinstall. But we could get a platform upgrade. That will be good for bricks. But yeah, I've been playing through Strawberry Jam. It's really neat. Let's see, Triloader, we don't need that yet. This is kind of not that useful still. I'm trying to think if there's any quality of life thing that I want right now. Mining productivity and more mining productivity. Did I reinstall Factorio yet? I did reinstall Factorio. Actually, the only reason Factorio is installed is because I have a portable version of it and it doesn't need an install. Which I installed for like segmented practices and stuff like that. Otherwise, Factorio would not have been reinstalled yet. Because I have not reinstalled anything other than drivers. Okay, I think the base is looking decent. We're doing steel smelting still. Oh, we could actually double side this, can't we? Yeah, we could definitely double side it. Output, 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 input, 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 input. Okay, that's actually not too bad. That should be enough. Yeah, same. I have the... Like I said, I use the portal, or for most of my run, for official speedruns, I tend to use the Factorio. I tended to use the Steam version of the game, solely because it was a lot easier to keep experimental. Or was the only way I ever remembered to keep it experimental when it auto-downloaded. Otherwise, I would launch the game and my internet isn't great, so it would take like a few minutes if I didn't realize there was an update. But for like all of the challenge runs and things I do, I don't want to mess, especially the mouse only one. I made sure they were portable installations of it, so that way they had their own config files. Because the last thing I wanted to do was delete every single hotkey from my main playthrough, and then forget like some obscure hotkeys I use. This doesn't work anymore, does it? We're side loading on the wrong side. Whoops, it's an easy fix. Okay, lots of steel. I mean, for what we're building, it's plenty of steel. Objectively speaking, it's very little steel, but for our purposes, it will be enough. And then we'll produce military science here. Okay, so military science needs copper, it needs ammo. For the copper, it needs walls, and it needs grenades. So we can actually send this to grenades as well. If we're using this for grenades, we actually need more inserter capacity here. Okay, that should be plenty. So now we can send this directly across. Let's see. This is using up most of a belt, which means it might need to be red belt. That should work. I could fit 2 more furnaces if I did weird things with power poles and undergrounds. Perfect. Good catch. Actually, we could fit another furnace here if we just underground these as well. I just didn't want to place an underground, but yeah, we definitely could have. But this does the job. It's what we're sticking with. How is our base? I think we're holding up. Oh yeah, because this is so the thing about the small worlds is that the world is small. Oh wait, we can't place this one. Regular undergrounds, they're not too expensive. At least not anymore. They started being expensive. But I forgot we need this iron to continue through. Maybe there's a better way to do the coal buffer. Doesn't matter that much. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter that much. What were we doing? We needed steel. Undergrounds are expensive. Oh yeah, we could fit one more furnace if we condense these, but I think we barely even have the iron to support what we have right now, so I think an expansion is just not worth it. Okay, so we have steel. These I think we can move here, right? Yeah. No. Yes, we could make that work. We could make that work. So I'm thinking this will be piercing rounds, and then this will be military science. Wait, no, grenades and military science, sorry. Since for military science, it's like almost a 1-to-1 ratio of grenades to military science, and then walls and piercing rounds are like 3-to-1. So it would make a lot more sense to produce walls elsewhere, but produce grenades right here. And if we produce grenades right here, we can direct feed them. Which doesn't save space. So we have two options. We could do this. And if we do something like this, we can buffer grenades at the end for personal use. But honestly, I don't think we attack enough biters for that to matter. Like, if we just run across this every so often and grab grenades from the assembling machines, that's still more grenades than we ever consume. So I'm thinking direct feed for now. Like this. No, wait, there's not enough space for that. Never mind. I thought we would be able to get one more thing on the belt. Okay, we're building it like so. Okay, so the idea is that we'll have piercing or grenades be here. And then they'll output into the middle and then be grabbed immediately by these. Which means we probably need medium power poles everywhere. So yeah, this will work. These might need to be fast inserters actually for this to work. Okay, this is a military science build for sure. It's actually not too bad. I think it will look a lot better when it's built. But yeah, this really isn't. It's not awful. Why does this not work? Is this not... I wanted to mirror that one. Or not mirror it, but have like the same pattern as this one. But I think I pasted it in the wrong spot. Oh, that's what I did. I cut the ends off. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Cool. So that looks nice. If we want, we can delete this and we can have the military science come from the bottom, or we can belt weave it through the copper. And I think we're going to belt weave it through the copper because that sounds fun. And very expensive, but it sounds fun. Oh gosh. Yeah, we can do it. It's only like 8 undergrounds. We'll manage. Okay, so there we go. We got military science, probably. Keyword is probably, because I don't actually trust it that it's set up correctly. But it might be. We're just not getting any iron. There's so much steel that has to back up before this actually starts. Yeah, this should work. This has fast inserters in, so that's getting enough. These will go directly there. And these can be yellow. Yes, we have made a lot of progress. We got all of the castle upgrades, so that way we have lots more space to work with for our sciences. We got this. The biggest thing is that we have separate belts here. We finally got the logistics upgrade, which took like 30 minutes to research, but it was so worth it. Because it means that we don't have to like worry about belt throughput here, which is just so nice. Having like being able to output an entire belt of iron rather than like 95% of a belt of iron and 5% copper and hope it doesn't back up. Like it's a huge Huge improvement. Also, that should work. Currently, we are on a tiny planet, so we're not getting like much resources from it. Like the iron patch is really bad, so we can't actually see anything we've built functioning properly. But it should function soon enough. Also, these are all rotated the wrong way. I feel like I could make something here, but I don't know what, and I don't know how I would get a resource there. But like the way that I'm designing this, I'm not really using this bottom corridor. I'm sure we'll figure out something. Also, we're actually I ran out of assembling machines, which means we've built a lot if I ran out of them, which is exciting. Okay, we'll just delete this grenade assembler. We no longer need it. Wall assembler we don't need. Yeah, I could make it like, that's where I could make blue science there. Yeah, I guess I don't have to worry too much about filling it up right now. It'll be okay. Oh, we also moved our mall. Of course, we don't have iron, so it's not working, but we moved our mall. So it's way less. I mean, one, it's expandable and we can put other things there. But the big thing is it's prettier and won't be destroyed. The surface doesn't have much going for it. This is where our brick smelting will be for now. We haven't set it up quite yet. But it has lots of ammo. But yeah, this will be brick smelting, I believe. For now. Until we figure out a better way to do the mining outposts. Because I think we need to redo our harvesters. But for now, I'm pretty content with the surface. The main thing is it's safe. And we don't have to think about it. Yeah, we just got the upgrade like right when you got here. Or a little bit before you got here. So it is definitely time to upgrade the turrets. Or expand the turrets. And we DPM. Damage per minute. We don't talk about Warp Zone 36. Which one was Warp Zone? I mean, there was no Warp Zone 36. Exactly. I'm wondering if walls would actually be useful, because this is large enough that we could place walls here. Or we can keep building things off of the patch and have more space for furnaces. Considering this is all of our brick production, I'm voting for have more space for furnaces. Yeah, that's what I'm leaning for. It's a silly question. Of course we're going for more turrets. Walls not useful on the base. Yeah, I guess as long as you have enough turrets, who needs walls, right? And it's not like, unless you get a roboport up there to constantly repair, it's not like the walls will last that long. They're misplaced by one tile? Oh, like they're not rotated properly. Okay, I guess we can keep the pattern. There we go. That means this one is... Wait. Wait, is this not a square? Oh, I can't count. Never mind, we're good. So, in my mind, there wasn't enough... There was a one tile gap on one side and a two tile gap on the other. But that was just wrong. I don't know what I was picturing. But I was not correct. Okay. Yeah, it's a much neater shape than I thought there was. Cool. Having an ammo chest up here isn't very useful anymore. We can definitely move that down to the basement. There is the inserter in the corner. Oh, that's true. That does offset it. So maybe that's why I started doing the inserter, because it didn't change how many turrets I could place, but it let me put one in the corner. Or sorry, no, it let me get 4 more turrets. Because it's not sacrificing a horizontal one. But yeah, this is looking good. We gotta move the ammo belt out. See, all the turrets are working. We don't need an ammo assembler here, because this is all gonna be brick smelting now. The one thing I wish this was farther down. I get that they don't want to move it with every portal, but like having this right in the middle of the base makes it a lot harder for me to put the smelting here. Although, to be fair, this is not a good spot for smelting. So that's largely on me. Okay, that'll work. I also want this to be flipped this way. That would just make it slightly prettier. Not significantly, but enough. Okay, so this left one will always be coal. Or it should always be. It's supposed to always be coal. And then occasionally, every now and again, we'll connect stone up to it, is my thinking. So it's mostly going to mine coal. But if we want, we can hook up stone, and then that will get us walls, which we can actually produce the walls up here to save space in the factory floor. Because what are we going to be limited by? Okay, we have to go off the pattern. Thank you. I thought I fixed the bottom one. Guess not. Okay, that looks nice. I just looked at a base which has absolutely nothing and said that looks nice. Of course it looks nice. There's literally nothing happening yet. But I mean, it's not wrong. It is nice. Can this output on this side? No. That would be cool though. Okay, this makes the ammo a little bit prettier. Yeah, actually that's not too bad at all. Have you gone underground lakes yet? No, I do not have the underground water yet. I'm just going through some of the researches that I see. I haven't been like looking at the trees to see what else is coming. So sometimes I just see a research and I'm like, oh, that will be cool. But we are not planning ahead. But yeah, underground lakes would be useful. I imagine it's somewhere under the boiler tree. Oh, blue science. Yeah, no, we're not close to blue science. Warp a small amount of water. How small is it? I mean, it has to be at least an offshore pump for it to cost 500 blue science. Why are we not producing science, by the way? Is it because it's all going towards... Okay, let's deprioritize... Deprioritize? Yeah, I'm sure that's a word. Yeah, let's deprioritize military science at the moment, because all of our iron is going into steel, which is just buffering chests. We have no use for it yet. Okay, yeah, we should probably abandon this base soon, but this area is just it's very safe, right? So even though I'm not getting enough resources, it's a pretty safe place to chill. Have I made the French tacos? I did not make the French tacos with the bechamel cheese. Which is definitely not a cheese, I learned today. It sounds like a cheese to me, so I always assumed it was. But French food is not particularly popular here. Okay, that should work. How much is that? 12? Oh, that's plenty. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay, this should work. So we want a stone. We probably want a stone buffer, right? So something simple like this will work. Up to a red belt, and then actually let's use a medium electric pole. French food is equivalent to restaurant food. All restaurant food is French. Am I interpreting this right? I don't know enough to refute that. Okay, I did interpret that right. Okay, cool. Well, if it's on the internet, it must be true. This is a really weird way to do this. I think if I had it going this way, it would have been a lot cleaner. Yeah. This is definitely cleaner. Okay, change of plans. This goes south now. They're much nicer. Okay, and then it just goes down and it side loads onto this side. And then to get coal over there, can we underground there? No, we cannot, but we can use a red underground. It's sad that this is the cleaner solution, but it is cleaner, just by how much? And the chest here is because this is like the top lane, and I want this to always have its own buffer of coal, so that way the lane keeps running, even if we're not mining coal. Because most of our coal is buffered in the boiler room. We don't have any buffered up top, which actually, I feel like we have enough space. We probably could just move the buffer to the bottom, and I don't think that would be a terror. Or like the top lane is safe enough that we could put the coal buffer up here. Oh, I don't know. I know the platform produces a lot of pollution, but I'm not sure if it scales with what you have underneath, or if it scales with the amount of upgrades you have. But the main thing is the platform does produce a ton of pollution. The outposts produce a little bit, but they're usually not a significant portion of your pollution. About to start C block. Good luck with that. I mean, if you know Angels and Bobs, it's probably significantly, or I don't know which one of it uses. But I imagine if you've played those before, C block's probably a lot less overwhelming. I tried C block without playing either of those mods, and I was very, very confused. But yeah, have fun. I like a lot of the ideas behind C block. Do I need this anymore? I don't think so. Like, just because it's basically just like what was the old Minecraft one called that people used to play a lot? Skyblock? Yeah. I love the idea of just expanding from like very little to see what you can make. Because you have to be very, very creative. This doesn't work. Okay. There we go. And I don't think I put the teleporter platform out, so there's nothing else to recover, right? Yeah. Okay, we're good. So hopefully we set up our first brick buffer weight. Also, I'm imagining there's an upgrade for this one. Probably like a separate logistics buffer for it. Don't know where it would be, but I imagine it probably exists. So yeah, the idea of this mod is that your base just teleports. You can upgrade how long you stay in a different area, but you also have to have the defenses to do it. Because biters, the evolution resets with each warp, but you just pollute so much whenever you move to the next area that the biters get pretty powerful pretty fast. So as you can see, after about 25 minutes in an area, we start to get up to medium biters. The problem is that the novelty of having X tiles wears off when you have 10 times the tiles, and then it's just slow. That is true. I could see that. Or when you get to the point where you're not really space limited, you're just limited by your ability to paste landfill. I got to that point where I was no longer landfill limited in C block, and then I was just very, very confused by how Bobs and Angels worked at that point. Yeah, this is a really neat mod. I've never had to build compact before, so it's a really cool experience, like trying to figure out how to make slightly more compact smelters with like where I have to have resources going opposite directions that I'd want. It's really cool. Like sometimes you have to have coal go really far in one direction, and it's confusing because it's not things you would have done before. But I'm really liking it. And we have like a little outpost that we can deploy for extra resources, which is great. Yeah, so that way I don't have to rebuild the mining every time. I think if you really want maximum resources, having this as just a distribution center and then manually placing drills elsewhere would be useful. But I don't care that much about a couple extra miners or a couple extra drills. Currently, I think we can't really place a copper. We can't place the whole copper patch because of cliffs, and we don't have cliff explosives. That's actually kind of bad. You only have 100 hours in the game, and you're going straight to C block. Interesting. Good luck with that. I mean, it seems like a good way to learn the mods at least. I feel I would get very overwhelmed going. I mean, even now I get overwhelmed doing mods. I've never been like a mod person though. It's like any mod is like a huge change over how I play like any game. Although I've been trying to get into modded games recently. Sometimes I just like the classics though. This one is vanilla. It's like mostly vanilla with some changes. So this is the kind of mod I like because it just feels like a small little challenge, but all the recipes are vanilla. So you just kind of apply the knowledge you already have, and I like that. We didn't grab the platform teleporter. We definitely need that. Uh-oh, what did I delete? An assembling machine? Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, do we have miners? We do have plenty of miners. Okay, so we're trying to stockpile as much coal as we can right now, along with as much stone as we can. And we are stuck in here. Okay, do we have turrets? Yes, which they do reach to the other side. Good. 35, that's plenty of ammo. Really wish I could flip the teleporters, but hey, it works. It auto sends you through the portal, so sometimes I get caught in a loop where I don't notice what's happening, and I just keep teleporting in between. I have an idea. I can get slightly more resources out of this if I'm okay with mixed mining, and I just store it in a chest that never gets used, and that we leave behind. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Multiply the amount of time you spend in Factorio with one simple mod. Okay, so this is my thought. This is my thought process, right? My thought process is I need stone, and I don't need iron. So we're just gonna abandon these resources. We could probably also maybe send it to this. But actually we could. That's what this is for. Okay, new plan. Let's just not waste this iron. Because this is gonna be priority. Yeah, that's smarter. I don't know what I was thinking. We are literally right next to an iron mine. But yeah, that's exactly why I left this underground here, so I can do stuff like this. You're currently trying to figure out how to do that stupid map. Which stupid map? Just C block and just like how to manage it. Just get lots of sand. That's all I know. You need lots and lots of sand. Wait. Just trying to get into the game. Ah. I imagine there's probably a map generation setting somewhere. Also, does this work? Yeah, sometimes mods require you to have like a specific map gen thing that you choose so it can actually work. I don't know what to do with this iron. Honestly, I don't want it. There we go. Nice. Now the fun begins. Lots and lots of landfill. The most landfill, more landfill than you'll ever make in vanilla Factorio, pretty much. Which is fun. Because you can make your cool island, make shapes out of it. If you really want. Also, how is our research coming along? Oh, right. We were iron limited for so long that we're not actually producing, like, anything. That makes sense. Okay, so we have nothing. We really have nothing. Okay, so we're making the walls up top. And then we'll make piercing rounds here. And then we'll finally have military science, which we decided we are going to belt weave, which is not a good idea because it's incredibly expensive to belt weave, but it's really pretty. So it's what we're doing. So this is belt weaving. And it basically makes it that like you abuse the fact that yellow and red belts cannot intermix with each other. So it allows you to pass a second belt along the same area. But the disadvantage is one of those belts costs like 5 times as much. A blue wave doesn't really work. You can't do red, blue, and yellow, right? Oh, you can. You just can't use it. You just can't use them all on the same assembling machine, right? You can do all 3, but there's not much you can do with 3, so it doesn't have a big advantage. Yeah, you can do the 3. The only time that's useful is if you have no other way to get your resource through. But like belt weaving, you can actually take from the assembling machines from, because like you could have an assembling machine here take from both. If you wanted to get like a third resource, which we might actually start using it. Like we could definitely do that for we could have made this like 1 tile thinner with belt weaving, I think. But we don't really benefit from 1 tile thinner. So I guess we won't really gain much. Also, thanks for the follow. Welcome, Cybertron. Good luck on your C block journey. I tried something called space block once, which was like a more vanilla C block. But it turns out that it turns out that a lot of the fun of C block is the fact that it's overly complicated. So it didn't end up working out great. But it was a fun alternative. Okay, so let's just move ammo production, I guess, over here. That'll work, right? This isn't a red belt. Whoops. I want this to be a red belt. Can I make a red belt? Yes, but not that much. Wait, should I just switch the sides of these? Okay, I think we fixed everything. We just need to clear it manually, and then it should work. Oh, and this gives us gears. Lots and lots of gears. Actually, I didn't have to clear the belt, because it would have evenly taken up coal and copper, probably, down to like the last assembler. Yeah, I think we probably killed more assembling machines clearing it than we would have if we left it alone. But it's good now. I guess this works. I'm just trying to use up this coffer buffer, but I should probably just move it beneath the base. Okay, so the reason I did that is just because it's a lot easier to have iron coming from this side than it is to like have them swapped. Hopefully I can clear the belt again. Okay. And it saved a splitter that I kind of couldn't afford to waste. Don't think it's a huge difference, but I wanted that red splitter back. Okay, and then once again, actually this one does kind of need priority. Or we can just extend this belt and do the ammo here. Would also work. No, that works. Yeah, that definitely works. No, we're just going to do it that way. And since we want some for some of it for science, but we're also going to replace all of our turrets are going to be replaced with piercing ammo, so we actually need to overproduce piercing ammo. That's the idea. Okay, so that gives us lots of ammo, which I think we left enough space for it. And then, so that gives us ammo, which we'll send this way. And then I don't know how we're going to get piercing ammo back there, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. We need to get steel onto this belt. That's actually not too bad. And we still have this whole corner that we can use if we want to. Yeah, this is great. This is definitely exactly how I wanted this to look. And look at that. Somewhere to send piercing rounds. It's perfect. What's the ratio? It's 1 to 3, right? We don't have nearly enough steel for this, do we? Yeah, it's like 1 to 3 or 1 to 2. So what can we do? We can do... If we wrap copper around, that doesn't save... Well, it saves a little bit. Same side in and out would work. So input, and then copper comes up here for some reason. I guess. It works. I am great at making spaghetti. Okay, this is a weird way to do it, but... Oh wait, that doesn't actually work. Never mind. That doesn't... This literally doesn't solve a single problem. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I was thinking that I was outputting onto a single side of the belt, but I'm not. If I double-side it, I'm outputting on 2 sides of the belt. That's okay. Does this work? Not really. Okay, we'll just do, oh, do we have to leave soon, or? Why is that damaged? Oh, that's not defended, that's why. It doesn't matter, it's just stone bricks. Yeah, we're just gonna do this style again. Well, we can't really, none of these are great to copy, so I guess we'll just redo it completely. So it will go here, and then, does this actually help? Yes. Yeah, okay. I think I get what I'm trying to do. I don't quite understand what I'm trying to do. But it was something like this. Yeah, okay. It's really weird, but this does work. I like it. I actually really like it. No, this is really fun. This is the weirdest way I could have possibly built it, I think, but does the job. It's compact. It looks cool. This is all the important stuff, right? Okay. So we can take this copper I guess we'll just use a splitter here. And then output from here, so that way we can use this buffer. There we go. This, I think, does the job. What are we missing? We're missing assembling machines and long inserters, and we really need to go defend that outpost. Or maybe we're out of ammo. Yeah, we need to see what's... Oh, it doesn't have lamps. If we use undergrounds, we can put lamps, though. We could get lamps here eventually, even though this place is, like, permanently lit. Honestly, I really like this. It's such a bizarre way to do it. But hey, we're not using... The other alternative I thought of was red undergrounds. So it doesn't use belt weaving. I think that's an important thing to note. Because the other alternative was belt weaving, which would be very, very cost ineffective. Okay, we do have this one red underground, but that's okay. That's not much. We have stack size upgrade. We have stack size upgrades, so I think they should be fine when the belt is saturated. Or at least mostly fine. Maybe they won't be fully okay. We did cut our ammo production. I just realized we cut all of our ammo production. So that means we'll probably need to abandon this planet a lot earlier than I wanted. So we're gonna cut coal. Yeah, this mod adds extra stack size upgrades. So with green science, you can get like +3. Or something like that. Are you warping between planets or planes? I don't know what that means. Oh, I wasn't sure if that was like a distinction that was like a Factorio thing or like a code thing. Oh, this is probably why we're taking damage over here. Yeah, we really need to change our turrets. I'm not using bots to help because there's a lot of biters around, and I can't replenish the bots without going into editor mode. The main thing is that I don't have bots automated. They're just from tiny start, which means I just have what I spawned with. Okay, yeah, we just need to hold out because we don't have much ammo here. I think we'll be okay, though. We just can't stay much longer. Yeah, I really need to change how outposts are defended. Fewer turrets, but better would be useful. So shooting speed would help with that. And then warp. Projectile damage, we already got that. Okay. Is there a projectile speed? No, there is not. Okay, but that one should help. And then, so the idea is we're going to replace some turrets with a chest of turrets. And I do have piercing ammo. It's not functional, though. For connecting red ammo to military science, you could go with underground's one tile above normal ammo, then straight down. I mean, either way, it's using a red underground, though. Whoops. Unless that saves them. Unless it's a yellow underground. It doesn't look like it would save anything at first glance. We actually don't want to design it like this. We need a buffer chest. And we want to actually put the buffer chest in the basement this time rather than on the surface. Okay, there we go. Not like it makes a huge difference, but I really wanted the buffer to be like in a safe area rather than at the top where it can be destroyed. Okay, this should work. Oh, we're good on ammo. Yeah, we can hold our main base can hold out for a while. Yeah, we're good. I don't know why I was concerned. How the tea is healthy. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a fun mod today where the base teleports every so often until I get splitters. Spitters. Oh, spitters don't spawn as long as we're holding out, at least. We're not staying in worlds long enough for splitters to appear. We're barely even getting medium biters when we leave. Because we're paranoid and we leave planets like immediately because we're scared. Okay, what's happening to all my iron? Oh my gosh. This was supposed to be limited to like 200. Well, that explains some of the iron shortage. Or a lot of it. That running uncapped wasn't great. Let's see, we don't need this ammo either. That'll work. We can send this up top, though, to save ammo, which would be very useful. Like right here, we can put a stack in all of these. So that way this doesn't consume ammo for a really long time. Okay, that should help. We just warped, so hopefully this has iron, and it's a pure patch of iron, which is great. You prospect your surrounding and gaze at the stars, and you wondered if the world has ever had a name. I haven't figured out what that means yet. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh wow, that only had one ammo in it. We're doomed. We really need to improve how the ammo works here. Okay, this should be good. And then we need bricks and copper. Okay, now we can use bots because we're safe. Okay, this should work. We did not grab the teleporter. We're really bad about grabbing the teleporter before we leave, because this one automatically comes with you. But like, even if it's in your inventory, I think you still have to re-grab it. Or maybe not. I don't know. I just keep forgetting to grab it. That's all there is to it. I just forget about it. We have no ammo, which means we need to come back here and defend it. We also don't really have many turrets, so this is kind of terrifying. But this is a pretty small base, so I don't think it'll be super attacked by huge waves, unless it just happens to be in the very middle of the path, and then it will get pretty big waves. So I guess we'll find out. For now, it is functional, but it needs ammo. At least it's easy to drop turrets over here. Okay, I guess we can use piercing ammo for those to make sure they run. Or to make sure 4 turrets does a better job. Coal is important. Stone isn't that important, which is why I figured those are okay with just yellow ammo. Let's see, what else do we need? We could start getting her this, but actually now that I have 1 extra loader, I don't feel like I need to rush to get the next one. Let's Let's keep getting mining productivity. Because I do still feel like I need it. Especially for like the iron lanes, which aren't that great. Yeah, we want to be able to get a full red belt of iron, which we're still not quite getting. Not that we can smelt a full red belt of iron, but a full red belt of iron means we buffer a lot more early on. And then the base can run a lot longer whenever we burn through our buffers. But yeah, we don't have a ton of iron production, so we definitely cannot support these. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever have the saturation, so we do actually need those to be fast inserters. On the other hand, since we don't have the saturation, we'll never really get to use it, so maybe it doesn't make a difference, but yeah, well, we're just kind of hoping buffers do a good job, I guess. Do we have military science producing yet? No. We do not. I think we need to I think I want military science to start producing. So we are actually going to split this out, I think. Because we don't want all of the iron to go into steel. That's a bit wasteful when we have other things that need to run. Okay, this should work. Military science is functional, and I think it's going to the labs. I forget what we were getting military science for. I imagine I wanted to use it for something. Oh, I could get this. One of the mods I added an early robot speed upgrade for the junk robots we started with. It's cheap. And then let's see, where was the mining productivity? I like how the 10th tier of the warped mining productivity is still cheaper than the first tier of vanilla mining productivity. Like, they made them so attainable. It's like we've doubled the effectiveness of miners. Because we have one vanilla one and we have 9 tiers of this. So each miner mines 1 item per second. I also just realized speed mods would go hard. Like, speed mods in a mining outpost would be insanely useful. We really need modules. I'm just so scared of plastic that we just keep postponing it and just researching whatever else we see. Let's get this. I want this. My thinking is that this... Wait, does this use infinite ammo, or do I have to fill it with ammo? Because that changes if I want it or not. Because I was thinking this had like its own permanent turret, and it would just like thin the biters down on their way to my base to save me some iron. But if that's not the case, then obviously it's not super useful. It does give me flamers, but the idea of using flamers when I rely entirely on buffers sounds very difficult. And that thought scares me. Okay, we need more personal ammo. Like, imagine running out of a flamer buffer when that's like your only source of protection. It's just so spooky. Yeah, I could build a buffer. I mean, it's just running out of buffers is scary. But I guess with pump jacks, you fill stuff up. It might not be that useful. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be like immensely useful. I was just thinking if it was free ammo, it's gonna reduce the size of some of the biters as they pass by. But if I do have to fill the turret with ammo, it's not useful at all. Oh, let's we don't need copper right now. Let's redo the copper. Let's redo how we do the harvest outpost. Actually, is there another upgrade for that? Yes, but we are far away from it. Oh, we can increase the size of this area right here and get a better buffer system. Not a huge increase, but might help a little bit. Let's see, do we have any iron we can use? Not a ton. But wow, this was mixed mining for a while. I am glad we checked on it. This has a ton of coal in it. Yikes. Yeah, we need to clear this buffer. I forgot that we were mixed mining like an entire patch at one point, pretty much. Okay, so where can we put this coal? Have we filled these buffers yet? Not quite. Okay, that's good. Well, I guess we're also just using more coal. I don't think we're mining enough coal. But it might just be because we're trying to fill like 30 chests right now. Which should definitely do it. Did we end up researching the castle turret yet, or did we postpone it? We could do the bridge size. I'm really curious. I think I am going to research it just out of curiosity because it's not that expensive. Now that we have military fully automated and like actually decent. But yeah, I don't expect it to be that good. Get the reactor. This one? And may have other effects. Oh, that also is the... Oh, that's gatekeeping projectile rounds. Oh, it's probably one of the future ones that has like a picture of something. But this one blocks projectile rounds. Oh, and we also have projectile damage. Ooh, let's just go those. Okay, let's definitely get those. And then we can go back to stack size, which unlocks harvester floor and then castle northeast. Okay. Those will not finish for a long time, but it also takes a long time to figure out what we're doing. So that's not a problem. I don't think I have anything built on the beacon except for this spot. So those are easy to fix though. Whoa. What? The warp reactor ruptured and tore a rift in a localized warp space fabric, casting you and the warp platform into an alternate relative dimension in space. You hastily assemble the warp reactor control panel from memory, but then you stop when you realize you need the reactor core before they can function. The feeling like you know what you need to do fills you with determination if only you had the resources to do it. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. But it could just be entirely flavor text. I researched a reactor upgrade. I researched the reactor reassembly project 3. It could be entirely just flavor text, but it doesn't sound good. But I don't see anything like not working. So I don't really know. Is that like what it says at the beginning of the game? That's a good question. I don't really know. I don't remember. I was too confused by what was happening at the beginning of the game that I don't remember the flavor text at all. Also, why do I have this many? I don't know why I had so many grenades. I wonder where I got them from. Maybe I accidentally cleared the belt. Yeah, the base is looking a lot cleaner now. I forgot what I was doing. It's just flavor. Okay. We were trying to... I genuinely do not remember what we were working on. Military is good. Were we working on... Wait, were we working on anything? Maybe the problem is that we weren't working on anything. Oh, I remember. We never started it. We just got the idea of it. So I want to redo all of the mining outpost. So that way it can store more ammo, but in fewer turrets. Which might be a terrible idea. I think it's a terrible idea. But as long as I put the chest relatively inside, I think we'll be okay. But I think we can get a comparable amount of miners if we redo it. And we can get a similar amount of turrets, but mostly we'll have like one chest of 200 divided among 4 turrets, rather than the other way around. Rather than like 200 ammo divided among like 50 turrets. At least that's the idea. So we could have iron more on the edge. No, we should definitely still have the turrets on the edge. We could pass the ammo through the turrets, which would help a little bit. So if we have the chest like down here, well, that would only... No, that wouldn't work. We just need to have like an underground, I think. So yeah, my thinking is we just have a chest like this. And then we power like 4 turrets in the corner, but from one chest. Probably a fast inserter, so that way you can distribute them faster. So yeah, that's pretty much all there is to the idea. Not super complicated. Use undergrounds for the ammo belt with turrets against the very edge. Yeah, well, I don't want to sacrifice too much like mining space though. Is the thing. This might work. I don't know if that's any better than the other way around though. We might be able to put a chest here instead. Yeah, something like this could work. Because if I had like an ammo belt going on the inside, I just don't have nearly enough space for mining. So I want to reduce it to like just corners. I could use a red belt. The easiest solution is just to use a red belt here. Because we're more space limited than we are resource limited at the moment. Although we do need to make more red undergrounds. Okay, so now it can store like, I don't know, 200? I don't really know. Okay, that should work. And they're all powered. We can even replace it with a medium electric pole. Maybe we can place a miner there later. And then we just paste this in each corner. It seems like it's the perfect size though. Yeah, it fits in here perfectly. This will work. We might have to sacrifice a few drills, but we can get extra drills here. So I think it'll balance out and we'll be able to get roughly the same amount of drills. Worst case scenario, we can probably cut a couple of the... We can probably cut a couple turrets if we need. We could also... Right upper corner is one tile off. Thank you. We could also maybe do one less corner and then share the chest among more turrets. So like just have a chest here and a chest here. The distribution should be enough because you only really need enough ammo to protect one wave of fighters at a time. So it's not like we need these inserters to constantly fill every single turret. They just need to fill it back up to 10. So yeah, if we want, we can save this space. And that's actually supposed to be a steel chest. So we can save these 2 corners. And then all this ammo can go this way. And that gives us a bit more space. We don't quite need to do that, but that isn't... Or we don't need to do it quite yet, but it's worth keeping as an option. Whoops. But I guess it'll all come down to how many miners we can fit. So we can get some miners here. We have to be a lot more careful about mixed mining if we do this, but that is pretty compact way to do it. If we have turrets coming from, if we have it coming from this side, it makes a lot more sense. Or sorry, not turrets, ammo. Okay, that should work. And that just lets us fit those in. Does that actually do anything? Yeah, because then we can get drills over there very, very cleanly. Okay, that works. And then we will have to build around this one. But I think that's not a problem. Or maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe we can go... Let's mirror this, because I think this is decent. Then we'll mirror it down like this. And then same thing, we want this to be moved up top. There we go. Okay, so that's pasted in the wrong spot, isn't it? Or are these not mirrored perfectly? Oh, because they're not a square. Okay. So we just need to shift this over. That's an easy fix. If we want it to output on the top at least. Okay, that looks good. Okay, that's decent. We can even put like another here if we would like. We can't do one here though. Did I not paste it right? I don't understand why they're not mirrored. Maybe it's not a perfect square. Or it is, obviously it's a perfect square. Maybe it's not even. Oh yeah, no, because of this in the center, it's uneven. Yeah, of course they're not gonna tile, or they're not gonna mirror perfectly. What am I thinking? Okay, so now we can put some more drills here. This could work. Oh, except the side loading here would break things, because I was thinking we could have it go this way, but there's too much side loading. Okay, but we can shift this over and get some kind of like triangle mining idea, or we can just leave a gap there and make it simpler. Because how many is this right now? Oh, this is a pretty significant loss in drills. That's actually maybe too many losses. I don't know. The idea of it being we got mining productivity, so maybe the drill loss isn't as bad as it used to be. Because we can, let's see, we can fit 3 here. We just can't, we can't get it back if we put 3 here. So I think these were good. I think these were good. If I cut one drill, I feel if I cut some turrets, it's definitely so much easier. I don't really know how much I need defenses. Oh wait, we can just go through here, right? Is there any way to get 2 here? There is. So I'm going to use a splitter there, I guess, for balance purposes, but this I think works. It's weird, but it does work. We can even get one more here. Okay, it's interesting. It exists. Maybe I can make it better. Let's see. We can get another 2 drills here. I like it. Kind of. I like it a little bit. Why not turrets between underground ammo belt all the way out on the edge? I already addressed that. If I have an ammo belt, like an entire ammo belt, I can fit significantly fewer drills. So having an ammo belt means sacrificing most of my drill availability. Because I would lose an extra like 2 or 3 tiles depending on where I put the ammo belt. I guess, yeah, no. Yeah, that's the idea. To have an ammo belt all the way, you just lose way too many drills. And I can lose a few drills, but I can't lose that many. See, what do we need? We need iron. Because we need more undergrounds, which we'll probably have to get from the mall. Oh, what's that? We don't really need copper, but I'll grab some anyway, just in case. Oh, we don't really need belt. We do need gears. We need a gear chest. Yeah, we'll need, we need more iron. Let's put one for personal use. Because we need more iron to finish this. But yeah, the original idea was that I fed them with ammo here, but the tin ammo that they have, it wasn't enough to keep them protected. If I did something really weird with mining, I could have ammo going on the ore belt, but that just seems like an accident waiting to happen. Okay, I think those are all functional though. If I have this going a different direction, can I get one more drill? I don't think I can. Okay, so we're switching these to steel chests because they last longer. Because we really don't want them broken. But yeah, this should work. I don't have anything relying on side loading. We don't have power though. Power is important. Those are powered. Are these good? I think so. That doesn't work. Does this do the job? They're not all powered yet. No, that does not do the job. Okay. How many is this? 23. That's not too bad. Yeah, no, that's not too shabby. Power pole is in the way. What? I thought I was so careful about it. Thank you. I was looking at it and I was like, okay, yep, this will work. And then I put it in the one spot it didn't. It be like that sometimes, I guess. Okay, I think this looks good, right? I mean, it will craft for ages, but it should work. Those aren't working. Those are the wrong direction. Okay, nothing's side loading, so I think we're okay here. Now we can buffer a lot more ammo, so our outposts are much safer. As long as the ammo chest doesn't get destroyed. But I think that's just as much risk as anything else going wrong. So it should be fine. So is that all the undergrounds we need? It is. And then we have the splitter, and then... Well, and then we need to go paste this and replace these all with drills. Also, we need it to like actually get ammo first before we send it out to the wild. Oh, we need we're missing splitters as well, or fast inserters as well. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah. Okay, so we have it in our inventory already. That should work. I don't see any glaring flaws. I feel like I could probably get another drill or two, but I don't think it matters that much at the moment. But yeah, so now we just replace all of these with drills. And we disable bots, so that way we don't have to mine them every single time. I think this works. And then how much does the iron lane have? Oh, okay, we only lost 3 drills, but we don't have to think about the outpost as much. Even with the ammo chest, you could do some undergrounds on the outer belt to place the turrets farther out. How could I place the turrets farther out? The platform size is limited. So the platforms are hanging, or the turrets are hanging on the edge. Right here, so we can't move anything farther out. Bottom one's not running due to broken belt. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, so like currently the platform is the dirt area in here. Yeah, if I had this extra like 2 tiles, I would not worry about I would not have to worry about losing a few extra drills or something for simplicity. Yeah, there's probably I could get actually I could get another turret. I don't know if that helps, but I could get another turret. I guess it's free. Now that's one that's manually placed. Well, I can put anything here. It's just if it's not on this platform, it won't teleport. So that's why I'm trying to store the ammo inside inside the teleporting platform when I can. Actually, never mind. That's a terrible spot. But yeah, because originally I did have an ammo belt here that directly fed the turrets. So when the turrets were teleported, they would have buffered like 10 ammo inside by then. But it turns out 10 ammo was not enough. They very quickly ran out of 10 ammo because it would favor like one corner, and then they would start getting into the base. So this new solution is trying to give like 400 ammo to 5 turrets rather than 10 ammo to like 300 or 30 turrets, which I think it seems to be working. It does have a compromise, but some compromises, but I think it might be worth it in the end. Because I think I'm belt saturated anyway most of the time. Because I don't have a large enough smelting lane to process any more iron ore anyway. So the main thing is just keeping it alive, I guess. They are pollution based. They're just based on the platform producing like an insane amount of pollution. Also, the evolution does reset like with each teleport. So you start with like small biters for probably like 20 or 30 minutes until you build up enough pollution to get mediums. The only reason we have piercing ammo now is just because we started producing it for military, so I figured we might as well start using it for everything. Okay, what do we need? We need some more undergrounds, right? Okay, I think the stone patch isn't well defended. We should just abandon it. Try to recover what we can. Because we don't use that much stone. It's solely for military science at the moment. It's really not worth losing. It's really not worth losing the drills to get a few extra walls right now. I have some grenades, right? Oh yeah, those are nice. Okay, coal is important, but these have much better defenses. We can also give them these turrets, and we'll be good. And now we can go... We should probably replace this inside the base. Yeah, we have enough iron buffered. Let's replace it inside the base. We can do that by mining this right now. That'll teleport it back inside, and then we can fix it. Yeah, all the way up to automating ore manufacturing. Oh yeah, in Bob's or in C block. Yeah, that's good fun though. It takes a long time to get decent automation there because you're so power limited in C block. That it takes a while to actually outpace like hand feeding everything. Okay. So we should be good here to delete everything. Okay, rotate this and then flip it, I think. Okay, that can't be good. Right, yeah, that's probably not good. I don't know what outpost they're destroying, so maybe it's not the end of the world, but I can't imagine it's a positive thing. Okay, that should be good, and then we can just fill them later. Okay, that should work. Oh, this is on the wrong side. Cool. I think that's fixable. It's just gonna be a weird fix. No, this is not. I have to switch it around over here. Because that's just gonna put coal in the chest. Okay, well we have space over here. We can do it. I just didn't want to. Okay, so we can get it here, and then we can do a side swap. It's on the wrong side though. Well, that barely fits. But it does fit, and that's the important thing. I guess we probably could have filtered out ammo halfway through, and that also would have worked. Okay, now where do we put this one? Here, and then we place another one right next to it. Okay, does this work? Oh, we don't actually need this one to be a splitter. And considering I don't have the splitter, I should probably conserve the splitter. Okay, I think that works. The only thing it's missing are the 2 splitters that I'm crafting right now. Perfect. Let's go see why our base is being attacked. Because I can't imagine it's good. I can't imagine there's any situation where that beeping is not bad. Because it's been beeping a while. Oh gosh, it's been beeping a while. Please be an outpost. Oh, it's the copper outpost. It's the coal outpost. Well, that's not great, but it's not the worst thing ever, but we need to leave. I just saw the time. We got a warp reactor upgrade. I wasn't considering that. So I was looking at the auto warp time. Normally we leave when it gets to 10 minutes, but we last longer now. So because we last longer, that effectively means we should be leaving when it says 20 or before it says 20, because we increased the timer by 10 minutes. So yeah, we stayed here like 10 minutes longer than we should have, and we regret it. And we mostly regret it because we're stuck here for like another... Wait, how do I do this? It goes like this, right? Because we're stuck here for another 4 minutes regardless, which is just a terrifying thought. But I guess we have enough turrets that we might be okay. It's just the spitters are a bit rough, since they were not accounted for. This will back up the lane a little bit, but I think that's okay. And we're probably good to go. We lost a lot of drills, but we have plenty of buffered resources. That it's not the end of the world like it used to be. So that's exciting. I'm really glad that we can lose miners and not be like doomed, because that's how the initial game went. Losing miners was like the end of the world, and it was really bad. I guess this has enough of a buffer chest. We don't need this buffer chest. That just will lead to weird distribution. Okay, so military science is limited by what? Probably steel. I actually don't know what it's limited by. Piercing rounds? Oh, because piercing rounds are split. Let's see, there's water all around that seems to go on forever. Oh, that's awesome. So this looks like a good stopping point world then. Because this is a peaceful world. No enemies will spawn, you're just surrounded by water. Which means it's a very good world to like stop and redo the base or like fix anything. If you have buffered resources, these types of worlds are great. Now, I don't know if I have buffered resources, but but the next time I stream, starting on a peaceful world will be very, very nice, because that will give me some time to think about what I'm doing without it like meaning I get attacked soon. So it will be a good little breaking point. We have a decent amount of ammo. Cool. Yeah, we have a decent amount of iron ore buffered. Like that was about 7,000 or so, and we're only consuming up to like 15 per second. Okay, so this is up to like 5 minutes of buffered things. Thank you. I initially wasn't using both loaders, so it didn't even occur to me that I might need to do that. Okay, this should work. I don't know if these need to be red belts. This middle one has a lot going to it, so it might need to be. This one definitely doesn't need to be red belt. But whenever I get like speed mods and like extra productivity, things might actually start being problematic. Which reminds me, next time we will be getting oil, ideally, which will let us put speed mods in all of our miners, which will like be a massive increase to our production, which will not do anything because we can't smelt it. But it means we will be able to mine a lot, which is maybe useful. I don't know. But it sounds useful. Maybe it will eventually be useful, I guess. That's the important thing. But yeah, our base is nicely defended. We don't have any way of dealing with spitters, which is kind of a problem. So we need to make sure we leave before the 20-minute mark on each planet, because that's when mediums and spitters starts to spawn. But now we know. So hopefully we won't make that mistake again too soon. Let's see, what else do we need to do? Honestly, that's about it. Next time we'll pretty much just be trying to figure out oil, which will be a complete mess, because this is all the space we have left to work with, which is technically it's a lot of space area-wise. It's just a lot of really thin spaces, which will make it tricky. We could probably do some oil processing in the boiler room and maybe get some more upgrades next time. But yeah, there's enough space. There's also some space upgrades we can do by the time we actually find oil. I guess the hardest thing is just going to be plastic, because the oil processing itself should be able to fit in here, at least basic oil. And that's really all we need for blue science. Because I don't think bots are particularly useful other than for repairing the base. Like, we'll have a couple bots up top with repair packs and turrets, I guess, but for the most part, bots aren't high priority or anything, which means we don't need to rush advanced oil. We just need to work for blue science and also figure out how the heck we get oil, because I have only seen oil on a single base. So I think we just need to be prepared to... I think the idea is that we take a teleporter with us and we just fly out, and we probably we could fill the teleporter with ammo to defend the outpost if we want. That does mean we'll have to find a different solution for getting coal and stone, which isn't great. But maybe we'll be able to find... Maybe it'll just be like, if we see coal and stone near oil, we'll get coal and stone. Otherwise, we'll rely on buffers. Who knows? It's going to be a mess. Yeah, they don't get attacked that much, so we could probably just... Because they're not going to be in the main path. It really just depends how far away it goes, and oil will probably be so far out that like one turret with a stack of ammo will last forever. And since it's not that many entities, we really would just need a couple turrets to defend it. Or we could just not defend it. That's also an option. a very viable option because the pump jacks are not terribly expensive. But yeah, I'm glad we ended on a safe planet, so that way we can think next time. Thank you all for watching. I should be back tomorrow, probably with more Factorio because I still haven't installed things. I normally wanted to like non-Factorio stuff on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but that requires me to install things, and I don't think I want to reinstall more programs today. So we'll see. It'll probably be Factorio just because that's all that's on my computer. Hope you all have a great evening. Peace.